Can I ask you if you can identify that photograph?
This was a photograph that Jensen had given me, I believe it was in August of '98.
Is there a note on the back of that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And whose handwriting is that note?
It is Jensen's handwriting.
And what does it say?
It says found 7/3/95 in truck.
And so, Judge, this would be the first exhibit that I'm showing.
Right, go ahead.
Dude, the clip, that, holy shit. Holy shit. Did you see that? What a fucking mistake by the court. They are gonna fuck my stream up over that shit. Holy shit. Somebody screen grab that shit.
Can I ask you if you can identify that photograph?
This was a photograph that Jensen had given me, I believe it was in August of '98.
Is there a note on the back of that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And whose handwriting is that note?
It is Jensen's handwriting.
And what does it say?
It says found 7/3/95 in truck.
And so, Judge, this would be the first exhibit that I'm showing.
Right, go ahead.
Dude, the clip, that, holy shit. Holy shit. Did you see that? What a fucking mistake by the court. They are gonna fuck my stream up over that shit. Holy shit. Somebody screen grab that shit.
Can I ask you if you can identify that photograph?
This was a photograph that Jensen had given me, I believe it was in August of '98.
Is there a note on the back of that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And whose handwriting is that note?
It is Jensen's handwriting.
And what does it say?
It says found 7/3/95 in truck.
And so, Judge, this would be the first exhibit that I'm showing.
Right, go ahead.
Dude, the clip, that, holy shit. Holy shit. Did you see that? What a fucking mistake by the court. They are gonna fuck my stream up over that shit. Holy shit. Somebody screen grab that shit.
Can I ask you if you can identify that photograph?
This was a photograph that Jensen had given me, August of '98.
Is there a note on the back of that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And whose handwriting is that note?
It is Jensen's handwriting.
And what does it say?
It says found 7/3/95 in truck.
And so, Judge, this would be the first exhibit that I'm showing.
Right, go ahead.
Dude, the clip, that, holy shit. Holy shit. Did you see that? What a fucking mistake by the court. They are gonna fuck my stream up over that shit. Holy shit. Somebody screen grab that shit.
Can I ask you if you can identify that photograph?
This was a photograph that Jensen had given me, August of '98.
Is there a note on the back of that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And whose handwriting is that note?
It is Jensen's handwriting.
And what does it say?
It says found 7/3/95 in truck.
And so, Judge, this would be the first exhibit that I'm showing.
Right, go ahead.
Dude, the clip, that, holy shit. Holy shit. Did you see that? What a fucking mistake by the court. They are gonna fuck my stream up over that shit. Holy shit. Somebody screen grab that shit. All right, welcome everybody to the jury room. My name is Kevin. I'll be your host tonight. Welcome, guys. Make sure you share this out. Share it out. We went live a few minutes early because we know there's going to be some tech issues. There are going to be time. We need time to share these things out. What's up, Joanne? What's up, Ma, JD, Day Drinker, April, Scout? What is up, everybody? Share this out, guys. Share the stream. Share it. Today is official, so we had to dress up a little bit. You guys have never seen me look like this. I like to dress super, super crispy when I'm not doing crazy journalism, running around stuff. Hiking gear and looking, super crispy, I like to spend my money on. Those are the only things I spend money on. So I figured since we are doing a trial day, I dress up for you guys. So share this out. We have the links sent to the jurors. We are waiting on one more juror to come in. Share this out. What a crazy, crazy trial that we have been watching, folks. This has been one hell of a trial. It is insane. Thank God it is going faster than it was before. For the one juror, make sure you change your name. Do not have your screen name. Put your juror name. So change that before we bring you onto the stream. You're just putting a juror number. So if you need to back out or whatever to do that. Once again, guys, we knew we were going to have a little bit of tech things. Let me get... All right, they heard me. So we're going to, the anonymity of the jurors, right? We're not going to refer to them as she's and he's. I know who the jurors are. You guys will not. We're waiting on one more juror. Does anybody that's in here right now, does anybody want to join last minute? If there's anyone that wants to join last minute, tell me right now. While we're waiting on the other juror. We are looking for jurors that think Mark Jensen is guilty. We are looking for jurors that think Mark Jensen is innocent. We are looking for jurors specifically, super specifically, that think they're undecided. They don't know. So is anybody in the chat that wants to join right now, last minute? This will be the last time that I'm offering this. Any last minute people? And share this out everywhere, guys. Your Facebook page. We were not multi-streaming tonight, so this is not live on Facebook. So you got to share the YouTube channel. We're trying to get everybody over to YouTube. Speaking of which, I probably should. I'm going to do something on the back end here. Day Drinker, are you going to be here the whole time? Thank you, Ghost. Thanks to everybody that commented on my outfit. I appreciate it. I was running around to the dry cleaner before I showed up to court this evening. we have a special program for all of you. I'm going to change something real quick on the back end. Okay. Let me know when you leave, day drinkers, so that I can be mindful. So Friday night, 7 p.m. We all know what that means. So let's be pretty diligent here on some things. Okie dokie. Anybody else last minute wants to come in? Type real fast if you want to. Well, not really taking attendance, but glad you're here. Glad you're here. All right. I guess nobody else wants to come. You're lost. Let's all just kind of say a prayer for boss. He's not feeling too good. Let's also say a prayer for everything that's happening out in Memphis right now. This is not going to be a good situation out there. Normally, that would be an event that's a lot of what we talk about on this channel. That would be an event that I would fly out to and go live stream. We can't afford that, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'd already be on a plane. So here we go. Chat, are we ready? Are we ready? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Never Stop Media Jury Room, where our viewers will join the live stream and deliberate an actual court trial as if they were on the real jury. Now, tonight's jurors will deliberate the state of Wisconsin versus Mark Jensen court case. Mark Jensen is on trial for first-degree intentional homicide in the tragic death of his beloved wife, Julie Jensen. Now, for all the chat, type in the chat where you are tuning in from. Is everybody ready? Just like a real trial, we asked our jurors a series of questions known as voir dire. Here are the questions that each juror was asked. What's up, New York? All right, let me get to the questions. We have juror number 2. So the emails that we sent out, just so you guys know for next time we do this, okay? The emails that we sent out said this: welcome to the Never Stop Media mock jury room interview process. As you see during trials, lawyers and judges question potential jurors in a process called voir dire. Below, you will find your voir dire interview questions. Please answer them to the best of your ability and with the utmost honesty, as this is important to maintain the fairness to the defendant and our legal system. The jury room live stream will start on Friday, January 27th, 2023 at 7 p.m. prompt. Please be on time so other jurors are not waiting. Once the live stream starts, you will be emailed a link to join the stream. This will be anonymous, so even our chat members will not know who is in the jury room. You will enter your juror number as your name, and please do not turn your camera on to preserve the sanctity of your anonymity. Your juror number will be given to you upon completion of the voir dire questions, should you be picked to be on the jury. Thank you for your interest in participating in our first jury room live stream. Remember, we are discussing serious issues of an actual case. The jury room is meant as entertainment. Now, Juror number 2 was asked 4 questions. This is funny. Question number 1. If animals could talk, which would be the rudest? Juror number 1's response: my cat, Mac, because he is a user. He refuses to get a job and just wants to hang out with my husband. He is a dick. You kind of know the sex of the juror based off that answer. But that happens in voir dire sometimes. Number 2, what would be your weapon of choice in a zombie apocalypse? Juror number 2 wrote, just these guns, and put some emojis with some guns right there. Because everyone knows you have to rip their heads off. I also prefer hand to hand. Number 3, if you could be a fly on the wall, who would you want to listen in on? Their response: Bob and Bev's bedroom. I'm assuming there is a lot of yelling and peen talk. Number 4, is cereal soup? Their response: no, that is insanity. Our next juror, juror number 1. Their questions: what's invisible but you wish people could see? Their answer: ice crystals. Number 2, what's the best Wi-Fi name you've ever seen? Their answer: my password is 1234. What is something that everyone looks stupid doing? Their answer: licking ice cream. Number 4, what is the most ridiculous fact you know? Their answer: stealing a gun from the gun shop. Those were their answers under oath. All right. We have juror number 3. Their questions. Number 1, if you could be in any movie, what would it be? Their answer: a musical. Can't sing worth a crap, but the costumes would be fabulous. Number 2, what is the worst or most annoying catchphrase? Their answer: my bad. What is the most useless invention of all time? Their answer: a pet rock. It's like, what what were they thinking? Number 4, what's the most useless word? Their answer: no. It's like, where does it get you? All right, this one I got to kind of bounce back and forth a little bit. Bear with me. Juror number, what did I say? I think we have juror number 1. No, juror number 4. My bad. All right, this is sent in 2 emails, so I got to bounce back and forth. Number 1, what is one thing you wish could exist but doesn't at the moment? Their answer: a time machine. Next, what was the most embarrassing moment of your life? Most embarrassing moment of my life is when I was 8 years old at a Milwaukee Brewers game yelling to the Peanut Man, "I want nuts." Everyone turned around and started laughing. I hardly understood, but I ran to the bathroom crying. It's funny now. Number 3, do you like pineapple on your pizza? Their response: I don't like pineapple on my pizza. Number 4, what secret conspiracy would you like to start? Their answer: my secret conspiracy would be the NFL is a distraction from what stuff the government is doing. There you have it. Those were the voir dire questions. Now, for the members of the stream chat, okay, that are watching tonight, we are going to put up a poll for you guys. Now, this poll is not what you think regarding Mr. Jensen's guilt or innocence. Okay, we do that all day during the trial. The poll is what you think our mock jury are going to decide. Okay, so it's not whether you think Mark Jensen is guilty or innocent. It's what you think the jurors are going to decide by the end of this stream. Now, just like the actual case for the jurors, you are not allowed to mention the letter from the grave or the 2 voicemails. If you do, it will be an automatic mistrial. Okay, an automatic mistrial if you mention the letter from the grave, the contents of the letter, the 2 voicemails, or the contents of the voicemails. It will be an automatic mistrial. We don't want that. Now, in my best Bobby Boy, Jam Boy voice I can come up with on the fly last minute. The facts of the case are these. For years, Mark Jensen slowly tortured Julie Jensen by continuously and strategically laying out penis pictures because of his sick obsession with penises. In his sadistic, creepy, and narcissistic way, he left harassing phone calls. He spent months on the computer looking up poisons. Are you aware of that? Botulism. Are you aware of that? Explosions. And how to unalive your wife. Why, you ask? Well, let me tell you why. Because I like to tell people the answer to everything. It's because he was having an affair with Kelly Labonte. I mean Greenman. Wait, Jensen. No, wait, Labonte. The woman with 20 names. Mark wanted to plan an outdoor adventure with his side piece, and he needed Julie out of the way before he got caught. He and Kelly were very much into the kinky side of life. Mark began poisoning Julie slowly with glycol-ethylene. We know it as antifreeze. He gave her the antifreeze mixed with juice. How do we know it's juice? Because I gave you the answer again. And because that wasn't unaliving her fast enough, he went to the family physician and got Ambien and forced her to take 3 Ambien. As Julie lay there slowly fading away, it still wasn't fast enough for this sick individual. So he climbed on top of her and pushed her face into the pillow and suffocated her. Mark Jensen is a deranged murderer, and I ask you to find him guilty. Pay no attention to the scandals surrounding me or the fact I really like to take ski trips. Now, that was the best Bob Jamboy voice I could do on the fly. I know it sucked, but whatever. It's meant to be fun. Jurors, the time has come for you to deliberate the facts of the case as you've heard them throughout this trial. Should you need a clarifying fact, please feel free to ask myself or the chat. If you need something looked up, please let me know. Now, we are going to bring the jurors into the stream. Jurors, can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me get my old trusty headphones. All right, jurors, can you hear?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Chat, type in the chat. I want to make sure that chat can hear everybody. I can hear, so I'm assuming that the chat can hear, but let's just make sure. Type in the chat, guys. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, people can hear. Perfect. All right, jurors, it is your job to deliberate this case. Now, remember the rules. These are your chat members and your friends in chat. Let's not get crazy. Don't be disrespectful with each other. Maybe kind of tone down the cuss words. I don't know how everybody feels about that in the chat. They know I'm crazy, but, you know, some of them don't know you're crazy. If you guys start talking over each other and getting rude or disrespectful with each other, I'm going to stop. You're going to get a warning. If it continues, I got to boot somebody. Now, again, you cannot use the letter. You cannot use the voicemails. And just some advice to you. There are things that we have heard in this trial that Mark Jensen is not charged with. My advice is to not spend too much time talking about those things as if his guilt or innocence is on the line. You can use those things to determine his character on whether or not you think he is guilty or innocent. I will act as a foreman to moderate the jury room and to look things up for you as a bailiff would do. So if you have a question, the bailiff usually brings it out to the judge. I will do my best if we can, if it's easy enough to find a part of a testimony. Okay, I may not be able to do that because it's last minute, but I will try. If you want me to look up a medication or whatever, you can do that. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
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 Okay, go ahead, jury, deliberate.
All right. Well, I can start off if everybody wants. I think the first thing that we should do as a jury, and usually this is something that's done, is we poll the jury to see where we're at now that closing arguments are over and the case has now been given to us to deliberate. So I guess we're just going to go through and we'll ask everyone, do you think Mark Jensen is guilty, not guilty, or are you undecided of first-degree murder at this time? So we're just going to go in order. So juror number 1.
Not guilty.
Okay. And juror number 3.
Not guilty.
And juror number 4.
Guilty.
Okay. And I am juror number 2. And I am also, I'm leaning towards not guilty, but I am still undecided.
All right, there you have it, chat members. We have some guilty, we have some not guilty, and we have some undecided. All right, guys, go ahead.
So what do we think about the credibility of the witnesses? If you want, I made some notes and stuff, so we could start with the snitches if you want. So the first one would be Dave Thompson. Juror number 1.
Was he
He
for
was
the
the one who, I'm sorry, go ahead.
was he a witness for the state?
He was a witness for the state. Dave Thompson was the one who had allegedly was involved with the scheme to kidnap and hold on to a witness, Mr. Klug.
Yeah, I thought he was okay. He was okay.
Okay. And what about the rest of you guys? What about 3 and 4?
I liked him. I thought he was very
You did?
credible, especially with
Okay.
the phone records that were played out.
See, I kind of thought that I kind of thought that the phone records could be taken either way. You know what I mean? So I wasn't really sure about him either, you know? What about number 4?
This
You
is
there,
jury.
number 4? Okay.
This is juror number 3. I didn't find Compton credible at all. I
Yeah.
didn't like his demeanor, and I didn't find him credible.
Yeah, yeah, he's, I have a hard time trusting any of the snitches, to be honest. And then Aaron Dillard, we all know Aaron Dillard. He's the one who says that Mark Jensen confessed to him in lockup. And, I don't know how you guys feel about him as far as he had access to Jensen's papers in the cell. There were other witnesses that came forward to say that other inmates had access to his cell. What do you guys think about that?
I think he had access to the papers. I mean, to me, Mark was a little naive when he was in jail. He didn't know what the hell was going on.
Mm-hmm.
But Dillard, I found is a complete liar. I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. I think everything he said was a lie. Everything.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that too. He's a professional con man.
Correct. How can you believe a con man? Once a liar, always a liar in my book.
Yeah, and it's not like, he didn't reoffend when he got a break,
Exactly.
He's still looking for the next thing, So what about the rest of you guys?
He's looking to get out of prison early. That's in the back of his mind. He's trying to cut a deal with prosecution. Yep. I have nothing good to say about Dillard.
I think he's looking for another deal now. I got that vibe, and Jamboy, the district attorney, didn't help because he was saying, when he was going through his whole mob boss mentality, he was saying to him, whereas I actually took notes about that. I'll come for you. If you lie, if you don't say what you're supposed to say, I will come for you. You've heard about me in prison, right? Are you kidding me, bro? That's ridiculous.
Exactly.
What about the rest of you guys as far as Dillard's credibility?
Well, credible to a point. I don't think he had all access to all their records, and he's not getting a deal this time. Jim Boy said it on record. He's not getting a deal this time. Correct?
Yeah, well, he did say that. Yeah.
So
I'm just not sure.
Like right now, he's got like nothing to gain and nothing to lose. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's
I mean, go ahead.
If you leave like they said, he was in a one cell. Jensen was in a one cell, correct? And they said once you leave your one cell, it gets locked behind you. So no
He
one had.
wasn't always in a 1 cell though.
No, he was in a 2 cell before too.
Yeah.
But I think he was in a 1 cell when he was locked up with Dillard.
Okay, that's good. I don't remember that, so that's good.
And he had some kind of he knew a lot of stuff that only certain people knew.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm just like, could be credible, could be not. Just because he's been
He also had transcripts from the first trial in '08. So, a lot of that could be, well, yeah, okay, I remember that,
Well, he was
when he really
actually
doesn't.
he was actually part of the trial in '08. I remember him having watched that one, and I think that he was even, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he may have even been in the 2007 hearing as well. But I'm not sure, I just don't remember exact. I know I'm positive he was in the 2008 as far as that hearing in 2007. I don't know if he had already come forward with his alleged confession from Mark Jensen.
Right.
So, and then whoever's left, I'm losing count here. Aaron Dillard, what do you think of him?
I thought he was too quick to answer and good memory, so he was lying all the time.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to the access to the papers, I think the next snitch we have to talk about is Nathaniel Clayton, that he went yesterday, I think, before or after Dr. Hale. They played the video of him. And he did say that, Mark was bringing his papers out for everybody, so they didn't even necessarily have to have access to his cell because he was bringing his stuff out for everybody to read. And I don't know which juror just said it, but just the naivete of him just talking to everybody. And that's true across the board with all the snitches, is that Mark was just talking to everybody. Even weekend warriors, he said, would come in there, the guys that were just being held for the feds over the weekend, and he would sit there and tell them his whole case, his whole deal, and to get their opinion or see if they what their thoughts were. So that, with the knowledge of the prescriptions and all the information that was in the media at the time, and everything was in there, they even if it's just in a casual conversation, right? If he was asking, what medications was your wife taking, if it was a drug interaction, he could tell him that and not be confessing, and he would have all that information.
That's very
So
true.
I don't know. I tend to not believe any of the snitches. I tend to discredit all of their testimony, and they're not the only ones. But that's just me.
That's a start.
I don't remember really too many of the other ones, but how do you guys feel about moving on down the witness list a little bit?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so like the neighbors, like the close neighbors, I kind of thought that they were all a bunch of gossips, and I'm not including the Voights, Ted and his wife, Mrs. Voight. I'm not including them when I say the close neighbors. I'm talking about her friends, the mommies, and those neighbors that she hung out with and did birthday parties with, and carpooled with, and all that stuff.
The book club group.
Yes, the book club ladies.
Yeah, they did a lot of gossiping in those groups.
Yes.
Women get together, they gossip.
And I think that could definitely influence witness testimony, as you get like a one memory of a situation when everybody's talking the same stuff. you know?
Yeah.
So I don't think it's not that they're lying. I just think it's not credible testimony,
Right.
you know?
I have issues with that because if those were her girls, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and she was hanging out with them every, like, well, they did like birthday parties together, they had the book club and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you not tell your girls what's going on in your household? Why would you go to the teacher, tell the teacher you think your husband might be killing you? And you know what I mean? Why would
Exactly.
and then
Exactly.
the other neighbors that you weren't really close to, that weren't in a book club, why would you go to them and tell them, hey, I think my husband might be trying to kill me and I'm not eating anything that he tries to feed me or drink to, you know what I mean? I don't know
Mhm.
Yeah.
why she didn't tell her close friends anything. I don't know
Yeah,
if
I think she,
I don't know if the dads were like close too. I have no clue if the dads were close, and maybe she didn't want to like say anything to the wives. But I would think, hey, I'm telling you this. You know, can you keep it a secret from your husband? I'm pretty sure they probably would have.
right. But they
Yeah,
would have said so in court, you know? And I think
Right.
she was just very selective about the people she told. I think she shared the information and potential evidence. And I'm referring to the rolls of film. So, and that is all, Kevin. So, you know, by sharing the rolls of film with the Voights and trusting the Voights with her concerns and things like that, um, I think she singled them out because she wasn't close with them until 6 months before the alleged murder. You know, I think that she chose them because they were stand up, upright people, and she knew that people would believe them.
Julie was very intelligent. She knew what she was doing. She knew what she was planning. You know, she was no dummy.
Right. Which even the testimony today, you know, about when it comes to Laura Coster, the sister of Mark Jensen and her best friend, um, all the information about her college and the college transcripts and her grades and all the classes she was taking, you know, the state's case doesn't really hold water when you're trying to make this woman look like a stupid wallflower that doesn't know how to turn on a freaking computer, you know,
Exactly.
when she's using Quicken and she's making invitations and she's getting A's in biochem and all these other different human studies and pharmacological A+ for Julie, you know. So, and you know, even the sister-in-law said, you know, if I was sick, I would go to her and say, listen, I feel this thing, I have an
Mm-hmm.
upper respiratory thing, you know.
Yeah, she wasn't taking like 101 classes. They were advanced
Right.
classes.
And it's just interesting that she got an A in pharmacologicals, you know, so she knows drugs, she knows drug interaction, she knows what an SSRI is, and you know, sleep aids and benzos and narcotics, and she knows everything. So I mean, Julie was not, you know, a bump on a log here that they're trying to make her out to be. So that kind of discredits a lot of stuff too that they were coming at us with. I really think that the defense is doing a really good job at picking that stuff apart.
I have a question. When did she graduate? Because was it pre-Paxil and pre-Ambien?
You know, I'm not sure. I know that they said, I'm trying to remember exactly. Maybe you could look that up, Mr. Bailiff, about
I don't.
when she did graduate and when Ambien and Paxil came out.
Okay, she
But she
didn't
was
graduate
also,
college.
well, she did. She had an associate. She didn't
She
get
had
her
an
bachelor's.
associate's. Right.
Right.
And then,
So, but,
You want
I'm
me
go
to?
ahead.
sorry.
You guys want me to answer this?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ambien and Paxil came out in '92, I believe we talked about on the stream before. And they, at the time that Ambien and Paxil came out, the dosages that they were giving people were very high dosages, and it was messing people up, which is why doctors were then telling them to cut the pills in half. Julie was not prescribed Paxil until 3 days prior to her death, and Ambien did not come into the picture until the day after she was prescribed the Paxil. So through her medical history, this is the first time that we heard about Paxil and Ambien as meds that were prescribed to her. She was prescribed other meds prior to that. And she went to college in the early 90s for the nursing element.
Okay. Well, even if she didn't learn about Paxil and Ambien then, she was still, I believe that a lot of the research on the computer could have been Julie, you know?
Right.
And now we know why, though, because she had that pharmacological background.
Mm-hmm.
But you would think she would know the side effects of mixing different controlled, because she had the pharmacological whatever, and then she had other ones too.
Right.
Other classes.
And then also, that's a very good point that you just made. You'd think that she would know the side effects. So on the day of her death, which was, or the evening before, December 2nd, or the early morning hours of the 3rd, when Mark allegedly got her and brought her into the computer room to show her, to calm her down, the side effects of the drugs, that may have all been an act. He may have been legitimately concerned and freaking out because she was, you know, like riding the magic carpet and freaking out and stuff like that. You know, she could have been just messing with them. I mean, if we're going to go with the Gone Girl theory here, it gives credit to that. It gives credit to that. And, you know, I think we kind of have like 3 pathways here. Either he's guilty, he did it, right? Or the Gone Girl thing, or she really was trying to unalive herself.
She did also say to her neighbor who called her and it testified that Mark was taking care of her and paying attention to her, and that's what she wanted when she was sick. Remember? On the 2nd? I don't think it was early morning on the 2nd.
Yeah, that was Mrs.
And she
Voigt,
didn't.
and she said it
I
was
think
10
if she
o'clock
would
in the
have
morning.
felt if. Yeah. So if you think your husband's trying to kill you this whole time, why would you not be like, hey, he's paying extra attention to me and I'm concerned? And she told the Voigt's husband, or the Miss Voigt's husband, I won't eat anything he gives me. I won't drink anything he gives me. I had to go to the pantry and get, you know, a sandwich. Why, you know, is the husband telling the wife this too? Or, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what doesn't make sense to me, because I think, I don't know, I think that the husband would share it with the wife, but it doesn't always happen that way. But her taking these drugs, she only had, at that point, it was just the Paxil, correct? On the 2nd? And the 3rd, oh no. Yeah, it was just the Paxil.
Not until the evening of the 2nd did the Ambien come in.
Ambien come in, yeah. So I
Or
don't
the
think
afternoon.
I don't think you'd feel drunk on just the Paxil. There had to be something else.
No, you wouldn't. But you would if you were drinking alcohol or consuming antifreeze, because of the alcohol in it, you know, and that's one of the first stages of antifreeze poisoning. Ethylene glycol is to feel like you're intoxicated, which, you know, we just got a whole really good explanation yesterday from Dr. Stacey Hale about that and how it breaks down and metabolizes in the human body, you know? So, yeah. So as far as the neighbors go and all that, I think the Voights are credible, but what they know could be a veil, you know?
I wonder if she trusted them more ish because they were not from here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think
They
she
had a
looked at
different.
them as they were more naive and a higher moral fiber and had higher standards. And I think that everybody kind of looked at them like that. Like, you know, and one of the clues with that was when everybody was outside on Ashley's driveway. I don't remember her last name, but when everybody was hanging out there and like, oh my God, what's going on? Da da da. The voice went in their house with their kids. They weren't standing out there with everyone else. So there was, just from that information alone, you knew there was a separation from them and those other neighbors. They weren't a part of the parties and the hangouts and the barbecues and the gossip sessions all the time, you know?
Yeah, here's the question that they testified on, both of them, the Voight's husband and the wife. Why are you outside in
Hello?
your driveway, high fiving the dad after she's
Hello?
passed? Who are we hearing right now?
I don't know. I hear somebody too.
So we have to interrupt, we have a juror that was running late, and we just brought them in the stream. This is juror number 5.
Hi, number 5.
Hi.
Hello?
Well, I think Mark's guilty
Okay.
because he's sitting here and he's not leaving all the evidence there for you guys to just see in the plain sight.
Should we go back and ask him the same questions that we just went and asked him about the?
Okay. So, well, you already answered question number 1. You think that he's guilty. So number 5 thinks that he is guilty. So we're kind of like a 3-way split here. So we want to talk about the credibility of the witnesses. What value to the credibility of the witnesses do you give the
Well,
snitches?
okay. Now, I mean, I'm gonna speak from a little bit of experience being in prisons or jails.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the witnesses do tell the truth because when you're walking around a cell block or whatever, there's nothing for you to do. So of course
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna talk about your case. I mean, I believe the Thompson, a little bit of it's credible because he's sitting here planning it. Mark did try to pay the money to get the witness knocked off. What did he have to hide? Why was he so scared to go head up on a jury trial? So there's some stuff there. I'm not just gonna sit there and think that he's not, like, none of the witnesses are credible.
Well, you could take that. I believe you could take that one of two ways, though. Because I listened to the same testimony and the same phone calls, and those recordings, the prison recordings to, Mrs. Jensen, um, and his testimony himself. You're talking about Dave Thompson, right? So he just wanted the money. You know what I mean? He just wanted the money any way he could get it. And we know that Jensen was being bullied. We know he was getting his ass kicked. We know his commissary was getting taken constantly. Just like he bullied him into to having his mother, donkey 3-way call his old lady, you know, he could have easily tried to push Mark into doing this thing. And I know there was some little back end talk with the dad about, I have this thing and I might need 500 twice. He said to, oh my gosh,
I mean,
wife
I
number
just ain't
2.
gonna be able to go that far with it, saying that he's not guilty. I mean, because some fact is, I've been in jails and people really do put hits on people from inside jail.
I'm well
I
aware.
mean,
I'm well aware.
huh?
I said I'm well aware.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? So, not everything that these snitches are saying could be credible. It's not like that. But the thing is that when they sit there and they're in jail, there's nothing but time on their hands. And yeah, it could be true that he did just for money. But I mean, I'm pretty
Right.
sure. I mean, Mark could sit there and play the victim that he was getting his ass whipped and shit. But then you got to remember, that one of the, I don't know which one of the snitches said that he was just giving away his commissary. He was giving out all the information.
Well, because, he's a little white boy in prison, and people are walking up and putting their hand on his food and say, "You going to eat that?" He's going to say, "Nope, it's all yours, man." You know what I mean? And that's not, and it's, I don't even think that's up for debate. I mean, even the state recognizes that he was getting his ass kicked in there, you know?
I mean, if he want to get out of jail free card, I mean, that's probably one of the best ways to try to play a victim role inside of a prison. But
And
then
then,
you still got the stuff with Mark looking stuff up on the computer also. You
well,
can't
we,
just
we
blame
discussed,
Julie for it.
yeah. Well, right. We did discuss that at length before you came on about that. And I don't know how much of the testimony you were able to watch today, but when um, Laura Coster, Mark's sister and Julie's best friend, testified, she went over Julie's grades from nursing school, which she didn't complete her bachelor's, but she did get her associate's degree. And
But
all the
Mark's
classes
the
that she
broker
took,
though. He's looking up
so
stocks
was
all the time.
Julie. So was Julie. She had her Series 7's license, and she got that while at home studying, having 2 children. So
So
she's
you
not a
think
bump on a
Julie?
log. She's
So do you think Julie was looking up the porn too?
maybe. Why not?
Because Julie was just a secretary. That's all she was.
Julie was not a secretary. She was never a secretary. She had her Series
No,
7 license, and she had her associate's degree, and she got straight A's in college. She
she was
got
a
straight A's in
stockbroker.
pharmacological studies. She got straight A's in biochem and every other intricate studies. She wasn't. These weren't primary studies. They were not just general electives. So she knew what she was talking about when it came to pharmaceuticals and human biology,
I have,
right?
I have a question with that
Yeah,
too.
I mean,
Why didn't she put that on her resume to when
I
she applied for at Bradford? That having
I
computer
can't even
skills.
imagine. Well, you know what? Actually, I'm lying. I can imagine because when you're a woman and you're looking for a job because you need one right now, you kind of have to dumb down your resume sometimes because if you're not getting the job that people will tell you you're overqualified. I have dumbed down my resume many times.
so
But
was she
that's
a
an
secretary or like in the office, like assistant? Or what was she? Because I don't think she was a broker.
She had her Series 7 license. She was a staff. She never. I don't think she ever worked as a staff. Well, no, she worked for bailiff. What was that? What was the brokerage house that she worked for?
I can't remember what it was called.
It doesn't. It wasn't Stifel Nicholas. It was a different. It was a more well known one actually.
But
But
that
she
was
did work
Okay.
for a brokerage firm. That's where she met Perry Tarika. So she did go back to work. That's right. Now I'm remembering it. I'm sorry. I had a senior moment, I guess.
But the license she
So,
has is to help the brokers. It's required part of her job.
well, it's not that. She just can't sign off on checks and deals. That's the license that she had, if I'm not mistaken.
I would think that putting that having computer experience would be an attribute, especially if you're working at a school, to put on her resume.
Yeah, maybe she just didn't feel like doing it. Who knows? Maybe she didn't enjoy working on the computer. I don't know. I don't know what the thing, or it could have just been a part of her long game. If she really was doing the Gone Girl stuff, this is what we were saying before, is that it could have gone back 5 years, and it's insane. It's not the theory is not for the faint of heart. She would have been very committed to it for whatever reason. I don't know why. We're not gonna know why, but we don't have to know why. We just have to recognize that there is either a, a certain amount of doubt for the defense, or there's no doubt at all, and the state knocked this one out of the park. That's what we're here to decide, right? Not why Julie did it, or what Mark's motive may have been. I mean, it's fun and interesting, but that's not really what we have to prove.
Are we going to talk about his relationship with Kelly?
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely having an affair.
Yeah. And her giving him like that timeline end of the year. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Cruises and stuff like that.
Right. That was definitely an interesting fact. You know,
Yeah.
there's a couple of things like that that could be incriminating for him. You know, but not as much as there was in the last trial. You know, that's for sure. You know, I know we're not really supposed to go back and forth. I'm not trying to create a mistrial, but a lot of it was kind of debunked, basically, I think, by the defense. But that's one of the things too. But does that mean, like, because he was a jerk and he was unfaithful to his wife and he liked dirty pictures and, you know, does that make him a murderer?
No, but
No, there's a lot of men out there, men and women, who do both the same thing. You know, but like you said, that doesn't make them a murderer. You know, if something happens to their spouse.
my question is, like, Kelly, like, in the emails, it's like, yeah, I know I'm going to do. What are you going to do? And he's like, you know, I'll figure it out, you know, basically. And that's what gets me. Like, she was willing to, like, give him a little bit, you know, he knew what she was going to do. She's going to divorce her husband, you know. But when she asked him, he was like, very evasive and didn't, like, give her anything. And I think he didn't give her anything because if you are with someone who's going to murder their wife, right, or kill, unalive your wife, I think that you wouldn't tell the person that you want to be with that that's what you're going to do, because they're not going to want to be with you, you know?
But did he not say it, though? I mean, that one email, do you remember the one where he was like, oh, I got my ticket punched? And
I didn't
and they,
understand that. Getting my ticket, but I had no clue what the hell that meant.
well, we can't ask Mark unless he testified, right?
Right,
And
right.
he hasn't, and he's probably not.
And he won't,
But
yeah.
yeah, and Kelly said, though, that when he told me about that, he said, I took it to mean that he had talked to her, told her everything, and they were going to be working towards that.
You
That's
think
if
they
you
talked
believe-
about that?
Well, it kind of explains why Julie would have fast forwarded everything and got, you know, and then, you know, people saw her days before, the week before. Her friend had lunch with her, you know, all these things. They were saying, oh, she was fine. She didn't say anything about, you know, him wanting to kill her. She seemed fine. But then that week, everything went like haywire. You know, she saw Dr. Bowman, got the Paxil, you know, where a week before, nobody was saying anything about her mental health. So maybe the thing that fast forwarded her mental decline was the fact that he said, you know what? Yeah, I am having an affair, because we know that she knew Kelly's name. We know that she figured it out because of the day planner, right? So she, and the search for the Stifel Nicholas, their database, when somebody was on there in 1:30 in the morning searching all the Kellys, we know Mark Jensen knew who the Kellys were at Stifel Nicholas. You know what I mean? So who else would have been up searching for that? And then immediately searching poison besides Julie, you know? So her, and, you know, so we knew she knew he was cheating. So did she confront him with that information? And then all of a sudden she lost her shit because now, she found out that he's going to be pursuing a divorce. And she was like, you know what? I have to kick this up into high gear now. And she even told her sister-in-law, I'm not going to see you next week, you know?
Yeah, she said she wouldn't see her for a few days.
Right. She said, I'm not going to have, I'm not going to be able to bring David to karate. Mark's going to bring him here
Correct.
next week. That was a week. That would have been a week from that Monday, because she said that he had karate on November 30th. And Thursday was the 3rd. So, I mean, there, to me, there's an explanation for that.
But she had every way out.
Oh, and forget how many lifelines people were throwing her, right?
Yeah. So
The
I
boys
mean,
offered her a cottage.
why would you stay? The sister told it today, come live with me, go to your brother's house, or take the checkbook, take the kids, and get the hell out of here.
Mm-hmm.
But she didn't. I mean, I'm going to say this. If I think my husband's going to try to kill me, I'm leaving. I'm sorry.
The thing is, like, everybody's like, oh, she cares about her kids so much. Really? Did she? Because, like, if somebody had a mark on me, I'm definitely not hanging out. You know what I mean? I am not hanging out. And if he's going to kill me, what about my kids? Wouldn't you be concerned about the safety of your children as well? If you think he's going to poison you and leave something in the refrigerator that your kids could get a hold of too, wouldn't you be concerned about your kids? Everyone makes sure they say, oh, Julie was such a good mother. She loved her kids and she loved to bake too. It was like they all got together and were reading from the same script. And it was the same way in the last trial.
And here's my thing. You love your kids so much. Why would you want to kill yourself and leave them with this guy? You know what I mean? If he's such a horrible person, why would you want to do that?
Today,
Wow.
his sister said that when Julie told her that she thought that he was going to kill her. She said, well, come to my house then. Get the kids and come to my house. Or go to, I think, Peter's house, her brother.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't she have done something like that if she was so concerned about, being poisoned by Mark and her children possibly being poisoned also?
Right. And she said that her affect was really flat when she said it. Like, oh, you don't see it? Like, all right, creepy. No, I don't see it. So that stuff just does not add up to me. That just marks more check-offs on the doubt side for me.
I think another thing that leaves what's crazy is when he went to the wake with printouts of Paxil and Ambien. Why would you show people, hey, these are side effects of Paxil and Ambien at a wake? Is he doing it to show that, hey, I didn't kill her? You know what I mean? And I mean, he showed the preschool teacher, little boy's preschool teacher. He was showing other people. And I want to know how he printed those out and where he printed those out if they took his computer. I mean, it could have been anywhere, honestly, but probably at Dad's house or even the library or whatever. But he had that all pre-printed or printed out and brought it to the wake just to prove, hey, I didn't kill her. These are the side effects. Trying to push the evidence off of him.
What witness brought that? Because I don't remember that.
The preschool teacher, the 3-year-old's preschool teacher.
Oh, okay. That was, you know what? That was one witness I didn't get the whole testimony from.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because she went to the wake because she had testified that Julie came to the preschool crying because she had to put, I can't remember the little boy's name. I swear to God, I can't.
Douglas.
Yeah, Douglas had to put him in a preschool full time, and she had to get a job, and she was very upset about it.
And you know what? You just reminded me of something. I did see that part of that testimony when she said to her, well, why do you have to get a job and what's going on? She goes, well, my marriage is ending and he wants a divorce, or my marriage, I'm having trouble in my marriage is ending, and we're getting a divorce. So there goes that. That's the answer to that last question. So she knew at that point that she was getting divorced. She even said it to the preschool teacher. I did make a note about it. Let me just see.
But you didn't say it to anyone else. You just said to the preschool teacher. You know what I mean? She's still going to these classes on Wednesday to help with the 8-year-old's classroom.
Yeah, that was Therese DeFazio.
Yeah, you didn't tell her that? You told her previously that you think your husband's going to kill you or off you or whatever. But months later, you didn't tell that teacher. You just told the preschool teacher? And
maybe she didn't know at the other point, and that's when everything started to spin out of control for her, you know.
Yeah.
Can I make a comment based on something? So the Juror 5 is having some tech issues. They're trying to come back. For some reason, they're blocked. The browser is being blocked right now. I don't know why. But something that person said, and then you guys rebutted it, just so the chat knows. The Series 7 thing, just real quick. So candidates must be associated with and sponsored by FINRA. That's why we heard a lot about the FINRA stuff. So once they get that, a candidate who passes the Series 7 exam is qualified for the solicitation, purchase, and or sale of all securities products, including corporate securities, municipal fund securities, options, direct participation programs, investment company products, and variable contracts. If you obtained a general securities representative, Series 7, registration prior to November 7th, 2011, you will be able to trade municipal securities, structure municipal securities underwritings, and perform certain other activities involving municipal securities. I'm done chatting.
Okay, yeah, so that's kind of what we thought, that she just needed to, she could do most of the functions of a stockbroker, but her stuff needed to be signed off by somebody. Like Klug couldn't run that office by himself, and Mark had to be the ghost manager or whatever the heck he was, you know.
So she was still able to use computers and knew how to function on a computer and trade and stuff like that.
You would have think she had to if she was working as a stockbroker.
Mm-hmm.
What about
there's no doubt in my mind that she was more proficient on a computer than what she let everybody really know, you know?
Listen, she was more proficient on a computer than I was in 1998.
Exactly. You know, I'm not tech savvy at all, you know, but I can definitely turn it on and, you know, do Excel or something, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she made herself look, and that's why she didn't put it on her resume. You know, so there was always that kind of doubt there about her being just a wallflower at home and, you know, a little Susie homemaker. She wasn't.
What do you guys think about the pastor that came on?
I don't have I have nothing to say about him at all. I mean, he seemed credible.
Right? I mean, how are you going to not believe a pastor? But it's funny because we had joked about that. Like she told all these key people, but she didn't just like tell, you know, the guy at the car wash and, you know, the guy at the grocery store and her nail girl or whatever. She told preschool teacher, a elementary school teacher, the principal of the elementary school knew.
But wasn't this prior? Wasn't this in 91 that she went to him for counseling, or like talked to him? Like after her
after her affair, right?
Yeah. So she had one kid at that time, correct?
Right.
Right. She had David.
Yeah. I mean,
So, it's just interesting the people that she chose to tell. She was very selective about who she was giving her narrative to.
Exactly.
But what about Perry Tarika? Do you think that he was doing the harassment in the phone calls, or do you think it was Mark torturing her?
I don't think it was Mark. I think it was him.
I definitely disagree.
Or a little bit of both.
I think Mark
think
took all the P pictures saved on his computer at work. That's just a bit weird, I think.
Mm.
And then him questioning Kelly about every person she had been with. I don't know what the fascination with the things are, but definitely, definitely weird. And for him to travel that far just to leave like little pictures here and there, that makes no sense. And he said after their little weekend affair, she cut it off. But today, his sister said on the stand that she was wanting to marry this guy, right?
Right.
I don't think that's right, because if you want to marry a guy, you're going to not just have a weekend affair with the guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was just one weekend, and she was madly in love with him, is what she told Mark's sister. And then after one weekend, she just cuts it off.
That
wondering what the heck happened. He was like in a state of shock.
I mean, they have play dates together with kids and stuff like that, so.
That cat is very upset about it.
and he left. Like, he's still not going to be, like, he went to what? Where'd he go? North Carolina?
Illinois first.
He was in Illinois first. And that's what he said. South Carolina. And all these pictures are still happening?
Right. I think maybe he did a little bit of the phone calling, and then Mark just got pissed and upped the ante with it. I think he was being a little sadistic. I don't think he did it all.
It's crazy
and
how
we know how.
Go ahead.
Pissy Perry Tarika got when he was confronted by that police officer.
Is that when he thought he had a warrant out for his arrest?
Right.
Okay.
Right. They did put out a warrant for him, which he said that he didn't know about, and he wasn't sure, and blah, blah, blah. So I don't totally trust him, but I believe he loved Julie, and I believe that Julie broke it off very quickly for some reason. She kept telling, you know what, if I had an affair and I was trying to work it out with my husband, I definitely wouldn't go around telling everybody, oh, I had an affair and Mark's never forgiven me for it. I'm like, girl, are you starting in 91 on this whole? That's where, like, I'm like, you know what? Maybe the Gone Girl thing started back then. Maybe for some reason she was crafting it back then. Maybe that was part of it. I don't know, but that is weird as shit. And then she's telling her own sister-in-law, I love him. I want to marry him. It just seems really weird.
But keep it quiet and don't tell Mark. I'm saying if my brother is having an affair with somebody and he's married, I might go tell the wife.
It's the first person I would tell.
I wouldn't keep the secret for my sister-in-law or my brother. I'm telling somebody,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because either way,
it's
wrong.
It seems fishy, the whole thing, and not just on Perry's part. It seems fishy on her part, the way she broke it off. But she was telling her sister-in-law how much she was in love with this guy and wanted to marry him. But then why'd you break it off? People get divorced every day. They divide their assets, they share their kids. She would have primary custody, and then, fast forward all these years later, and she's like, well, I don't want to leave him because then he's going to make me look like I'm crazy, and he's going to, you heard the sister say today, he didn't know what to do with the kids full time. She had to help him tie his shoes, and update the kids' medical records at school and who could pick them up and who could drop them off and, what their schedules were like. Believe me, Mark had his life going with Kelly. I don't think he was looking to be a full-time dad. He wanted to have fun with Kelly. I'm sure honestly, I don't buy that part. I don't buy it.
It's a good point.
Even if he is with Kelly, though, and they got both the boys, the amount of fun they're going to have is nil. I'm just saying. As kinky and stuff as they were. I'm sorry, kids are going to walk in, and it's hard, but I mean, to each their own. But I think she had I think her history of depression and anxiety and stuff had a lot to do with this. Like, she could have been like in those places where, sometimes people black out and put stuff places and then come back to reality and like, I don't know where this picture of this thing came from. It just happened to be here. I don't know where her whole psychosis was. She had been on antidepressants before. The doctor said that she had postpartum depression things.
Yeah, that was
and it
Paul DeFazio, the LMSW.
And it could have happened with both the kids. That could have been why the reason she had the affair, and then after the second one, stuff wasn't happening. Like she was watching the sister's kid. There's poop all over the wall, and they come in and there's nothing there. No smell of anything, any cleaning agent or anything. And the house looked pretty clean to me when they showed it.
Yeah,
the video.
It looked clean. It looked like a typical clean, organized house. The closets looked. Actually, his closet looked more organized than hers. But
yeah.
His little pants were just like all neat in a row there. So, do you guys think that Julie was suffering from delusions and psychosis, and maybe that was a lot of the stuff with like the being haunted and people being around her house and constantly calling the police and the shit on the feces on the walls and
definitely.
Yeah.
It's interesting that not only is it interesting that the school teacher Therese DeFazio is the cousin of Paul DeFazio, or brother-in-law, whatever it is, or husband's cousin, the LMSW that was talking to her about her marriage and the depression and anxiety and all that stuff. But the question I have about that like the postpartum depression, where was the psychosocial? I mean, anytime you go to an LMSW or a therapist, they have to do a full evaluation, and he never came forth and said, here's her psychosocial. I mean, that's admissible in court. If you get a subpoena, you have to bring that. That's what I don't understand. So where was it? What was her diagnosis? Was it just depression and anxiety and generalized anxiety, or did she have something more going on? All these different people that came forward, nobody had a diagnosis for her mental health other than depression and anxiety, but she clearly was having psychosis and delusions.
It wasn't that. I think she suffers from bipolar / schizophrenia. Only because I've been around people like that.
Yeah.
And I know,
or like you said, bipolar with schizoid features.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they can be great for months, and then forget it. The next two months later, they're just like completely down, or completely up. They're hyper, or they're way depressed, or they're super hyper, get stuff done, everything's good, and then 2 months later they're down, and they they lose their house, they lose their job. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And the mom's history too, the history with the family, you know,
Yeah.
they all suspect that the mom may have had this, and that she was uh self-medicating with alcohol probably.
Yeah. And it's hard. Back in those days, they didn't have antidepressants and everything else.
Hmm.
People did have to self-medicate. And
Right.
she just learned that her mom self-medicated and became an alcoholic. And she didn't want to be like her mom, you know,
Right.
and become an
Hmm.
alcoholic and be depressed and everything else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I,
Just a side note, the thing at the rehearsal dinner, um, they had said that the mom tried really hard not to drink 3 days before. So, you know, when you stop drinking and you're more than an abuser of alcohol, you're actually dependent on alcohol, you're going to go through it. You know, you're going to go through withdrawal, and you know, I'm sure that's what the problem is. You can die from that if it's not medically supervised. So
yeah.
when they said that she had a seizure, you could have a seizure, you could have a stroke, you could die. I
And she
mean,
could have had an aneurysm and then had a stroke. Or, you know what I
mhm,
mean?
yeah.
Is that?
So that's what that was. That's how bad she was.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that the brothers did not know that the mom was an alcoholic. Didn't
How
know that the
could you
mom was an
not?
alcoholic until she, yeah,
You can
you
be a
know.
closet alcoholic.
But
You
to be
know?
around family functions and everything and not know that she wasn't an alcoholic, I don't believe that.
Unless she was like a pre-gamer, you know, like she got to her level and then did family functions. But I don't know. I guess we're kind of getting off track here. But
All right, let me jump in real quick. So we're at 1 hour 26 minutes. Where are you guys at right now? What is everybody? Where are you leaning towards on your guilty, not guilty, undecided still? Let's take a quick vote, and then I'm going to throw you guys for a loop. So, juror number 1, where are you at?
Not guilty.
Okay. Juror number 2.
oh, that's me. I'm still undecided.
Juror number 3.
Not guilty.
Juror number 4.
Guilty.
Still guilty.
Still guilty.
Okay. I'm going to throw you guys for a loop. So, juror number 5, unfortunately, is not able to come in here. So, I'm going to act as their voice. So, let's talk about this. In the police interrogation video in 1999, April of 1999. Now, I'm going to preface this. Everybody knows what my thoughts are, but I'm going to play the bad guy right now. 1999, Pleasant Prairie interviews Mark. It's a 4-hour interview. And Mark says in that interview that he sat and watched Julie die, and he did nothing. So,
Yeah, well, I think we were going to get there. We still have to talk about the doctors and the.
well, let's go there now.
Okay.
I'm the bad guy now, so now I'm in here. So that means if he's sitting there watching her die, then he's part of her death, and that's intentional homicide. He's there, he's helping her die, he's watching her die. So let's get there.
Well, it's negligent homicide, you know.
Yeah, but he's not charged with negligent homicide. He's charged with
Right.
first
He's
degree.
charged with first degree murder, but that's not first degree murder. Is watching someone die and doing nothing about it.
Well, doesn't that maybe lead to maybe he wasn't just sitting there watching her die, that he was part of it, that he helped her, he assisted in her death, he smothered her?
Well, you would have to come up with some evidence that he did that. Right now, we have nothing but circumstantial evidence and a bunch of doctors from the last 2 days, Stacey Hale and Lindsay Thomas, who disagree with that.
And
But
maybe
Stacey and Lindsay also differ in, their opinions as far as their medical certainty on death It was very different opinions.
Not extremely different. They only disagree with the manner of death, not the cause of death. They both said that it was ethylene glycol poisoning, and Dr. Thomas said that the manner was suicide, and Dr. Hale said it was undetermined. So that's not that far apart, right? Not as far apart as they are from the prosecution's doctors, which is, you know, a whole shit show because of, you know, trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. I mean, let's talk about the fact that the DA was at the house during the crime scene and fudging around in the crime scene. That, to me, you know, I don't know if we're allowed to talk about that. I mean, I know that a district attorney and also defense attorneys, it's not uncommon for them to go to a crime scene. You know, you see that all the time. But to go there and look around and them saying, oh, you know, this poor lady, she passed away. We don't know if it was a drug interaction or something else. He's like, no, this was a murder. I tell you, this was a murder. And, you know, you're going to investigate it as a homicide. Figure it out. And for years, you know, they didn't arrest Mark in 1989. He was arrested in 2002. You know, how many years did it take for Jamboy to shove that square peg in the freaking round hole and say, you know what, this guy, it's this guy, he did it. This is what I'm going with.
Well, people were
You know?
scared to come forward. People, you know, the Voights didn't want to, Mr. Voight didn't want to get involved. He was nervous. Other people were nervous about getting involved. Ed Klug, they were talking about, you know, unaliving their wives at work. And, you know, Mark was talking about unaliving his wife and laughing and joking and how funny that is. So, you know, people have a tendency to, you know, be nervous about coming forward with some serious things. And I think that they're having this conversation at work about doing this stuff to their wives. And that's pretty serious. And then all of a sudden, Julie ends up dead. So, you know, when you're talking about it, that's a premeditation. And then all the internet searches and all the things. You know, and then Julie
would
just
have to
winds up
trust
dead.
Klug. You would have to trust him and his credibility as a witness to say that, yeah, Mark was there talking about it with them, or have even taken him seriously about it. You know,
I mean,
maybe
he seems
Mark
pretty
wasn't the one
credible on
leaving
the
the
stand.
street. You're hysterical. Oh my God. You're so funny. You can't even sell that to yourself, bro. You can't even sell it to yourself.
I mean,
But
listen,
like,
12
let's think
days of
about it.
losing my mind
All
back
right.
here. It's hard.
So I'm going to screw with you right now. Okay. So what if Julie was the one leaving web pages open for Mark to see about poison and all that stuff? What if, you know, the other day they asked when they recalled Detective Ratsburg to the stand about Mark's day planner, and they asked him, when you got physical possession of the day planner, we're looking at a photograph of it now that you were provided to by Julie on one of the rolls of film that she gave to the Voights, right? There was a post-it on there with a shopping list of dirty things to, you know, unalive somebody. When you got the day planner in your hand, was the post-it still there? And he says, no, it wasn't. So then I went back and took a look at the post-it and that piece of evidence, which was the picture, and that writing on there didn't really look that much like Mark's. It was lighter. Mark has a very janky, hard handwriting, and where he writes is very, very dark. You know, that was light, flowy. I mean, I'm not a handwriting analysis, but it looks similar, but not the same. So maybe Julie made that list and took a picture and gave it to the Voights because it was part of her narrative that she was creating.
Yeah, but that sounds far-fetched. I mean, you're talking about Julie writing in her husband's day planner, and Mark doesn't see what's in his day planner.
It was a post-it. She could have stuck it on the page, took the picture, took the post-it back, and threw it out. to
I
make
don't
it
know.
look
That
like Mark was
sounds
planning to kill her.
that sounds crazy. I mean, Julie is this loving mother. She's so nice. She's doing a book
Oh my
club. She's
gosh.
going to
You're
church.
killing me.
I mean, it's so hard to conceive that such a nice woman like this, a church going, good citizen, that she's going to be doing this weird Gone Girl theory thing and setting up Mark. I don't see that. I don't buy that. That's ridiculous. She's placing notes, taking pictures, and then removing them. When is she doing this? She's got the kids, right? And not just
Yeah,
her
she's got
kids,
no
but
time.
the neighborhood kids. She's doing school stuff. She's working jobs. I mean, when is poor Julie doing this? She died by this sadistic, gross, penis obsessed man. What are you not understanding about that? Julie
Wow.
Jensen was innocent woman who died by this narcissistic human
I feel like
being.
you're being possessed by the spirit of Jamboy.
Exactly.
We may have taken a ski trip earlier, guys. All right.
You're going down a dark alley there.
Mark
You
is
know
the
what's
dummy.
funny? Yeah. And Mark may be obsessed or had a lot of peen pictures, but I think that the DA is the one that's obsessed with them.
Isn't that the truth?
He's talking about them to everybody, doctors, other lawyers, kindergarten
Constantly bringing
teachers.
it up.
Yeah. What does that have to do with the price of tea in China or the toxicology?
Well, let's talk about that because apparently, Mark is the one that is putting all of the adult lewd pictures all around the house. And that's very evident that he is the one that is obsessed with that type of lewd images because he's sitting at work fantasizing and drawing these things. He's got emails with Kelly Labonte, Jensen Greenman about the size
Brooke.
and shape and Brooks too. The size and shape of these things. So with somebody that's so obsessed and they're pulling Playboy magazines out of the garage, Mark Jensen obviously has a sick obsession with pornography. And it makes sense
Right, but
that
it's not
because of
just
that, he's leaving the
peen
pictures.
pics. It's not just peen pics. He has
Well,
plenty
that's
of
correct.
jeans on there too. But
He's leaving some good painting of the Picassos around the house as well. We saw that during the trial very clear. So
but you know what? The DA doesn't bring that up though. He doesn't want to talk about that because it's not shocking. So that's what he does. He just goes for shock value. I'm waiting for the kid to come on and him ask about that to the son.
But it makes sense that, and even in the interview, again, the police interrogation with Mark Jensen, April 1999, Mark admits in that interview that he was also putting pictures around the house. So how can you not say that he's not guilty? He's harassing this woman. He's torturing her. He is being narcissistic. He is gaslighting her. He is tormenting her on a daily basis about her affair.
All right. So even if he did all of that, if it was all him, he was making the phone calls, does that mean he killed her? Did he do it with, how did he do it? Like, what was, why did he go from porn man to murderer?
Well, he's obviously a deviant. He's obviously a sadistic, sick individual.
Well, just because you're a deviant doesn't make you a killer.
Correct.
And juror number 5 would know that. Having spent time in on the inside, that stuff,
Well, and back to that too. An innocent man is not trying to set up to go kidnap witnesses. I know he's not charged with that, but he's in jail and he's setting this up, and the mom
Why
is
isn't
setting
he
it up.
charged with that? Why do you think he's not charged with that?
Well, I don't know why. I'm not the district attorney. However, innocent people
You were
don't
5
try to
minutes
kidnap.
ago.
innocent people don't try to kidnap people and then have their, and here's the thing too, is you guys are talking about Laura Coster and how wonderful she is. You have the mom and the dad that are complacent and also helping in this plan to kidnap Ed Klug. And I don't trust a thing the sister says, because she is Mark's bestie, and she's putting, you know, $200 on his commissary every month.
That's not
And,
admissible, sir.
well, we heard it, so that's what happened.
It doesn't matter.
And she's biased.
It's not admissible.
And she's biased to protect her little brother, or big brother.
We don't even know if Mr. Jensen is in custody right now. Technically.
Mr. Jensen is buried underneath the jail. We don't like him in Kenosha. So, but that's the thing. Innocent people don't plot and scheme to kidnap people. They don't have their parents in on the scheme, and they were willing to do it. And I don't believe them. I don't believe the sister. That's crazy.
See, that's the only thing. That's one thing that's holding me up, is the conspiracy to kidnap. But it's not a charge, you know. And if we're bringing up stuff that's not admissible, and that's been ruled on that it's not admissible in this case, then we have to talk about the DA and all his stuff and his little 2-hour car rides to score, you know, a big old fat baggie of cocaine, and how he purchased cocaine from snitch number 2, David Thomas.
Hey, now let's not talk about the scandals that are surrounding me. All right.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you want to air out the laundry, let's like empty the vacuum cleaner bag while we're at it. You know what I'm saying?
My extracurricular activities about ski trips and lying pathologists, okay, ladies, that look,
and
she did it.
Missing autopsy
No,
report.
that is incorrect. That is
missing
incorrect.
911 call.
That is an offensive allegation. She was fired because she was
Excuse
not
me,
board
sir.
certified. She was
Excuse me,
not board
sir.
certified. I am going to stand over you. She is not board certified. That is the reason she was fired. I object. This is an inflammatory, argumentative statement by the
It's
jurors.
irrelevant.
That too. So talk about that. Talk about the scandals that, and you guys know this, but the jury doesn't.
Well,
but talk
the
about the
autopsy report's missing. The 911 call is missing, and everyone's like, "Oh, why didn't you call 911?" Yeah, he didn't call 911 when she was actively dying. He called 911 after she was dead. But you don't have that phone call to say, "Okay, was he really upset when he found her dead?" You know, what was his temperament like? Was he like, "Hey, my wife's dead. Can you guys come pick her up?" You know, Kelly's coming over.
So, okay, there's searches of, you know, porn on the internet. Why, earlier you said, well, Julie could be doing this. I don't believe that. Again, Julie is a church-going woman, and why would Julie be looking these things up? This doesn't make sense to me. This doesn't make sense.
As far as I'm concerned, the computer stuff is out with the snitches and the gossip neighbors. Nobody believes that Julie didn't know how to turn on a freaking computer.
Which is
She worked as a stockbroker, straight A student in college, making invitations on Publisher. I don't know how to make an invitation on Publisher.
Me neither.
And I work on computers every day. If I had to make an invitation on Publisher, I would have to get help from one of my kids. So I don't buy it.
I mean, you can do this in Microsoft Word. It's not that complicated, ladies.
But she didn't make it in Microsoft Word. She specifically made it in Publisher. And the reason why we know that is because the expert that came on, little Mr. Ruff, had it right there for us.
Well, Mark's feeding her Ambien. He's crushing up Annie. He's crushing up the pills. He's feeding it to her. He's giving her the antifreeze, a whole liter of antifreeze. Okay.
It was not a liter of antifreeze. Wackadoo.
A teaspoon.
I
It was
don't
half
think
a
that that's
teaspoon.
accurate. I think it was a liter.
55 milliliters per.
That sounded like you said a liter. 55 liters now.
Yeah, yeah.
But still, why would anybody in their right mind drink antifreeze? That's gross. That's disgusting. That doesn't even make sense. Who would do that? And poor Julie, you're talking about Julie Jensen, this
Well, we know she
loving
wasn't
mother.
in her right mind. We know she wasn't in her right mind, but it's not our job to figure out whether she was in her right mind and if she was planning on, doing the Gone Girl thing and taking up with Perry Tariqa in Costa Rica. That's not our job. Our job is to figure out whether or not Mark is guilty of first-degree murder, which is the only charge on the table, guys. It's the only charge on the table. We have nothing else to give him. We don't have conspiracy to commit kidnapping. We don't have negligent homicide, which would have been a very plausible one, which, we all know that he's serving time. So he's going to get time served if they actually are smart enough to come up with a lesser charge, I don't know.
But nobody just drinks antifreeze, okay? And back
Yeah, they
then,
do.
people were poisoned. They do. What is this?
Yeah.
What is this like a Red Bull today? No, nobody is drinking antifreeze themselves. Mark
Not now,
poisoned
they're
her.
not,
He
because
mixed
there's
it with
bittering agents in it.
he mixed it with the orange juice that is not found in the house. It is there. Okay, he poisoned her, and he then fed her Ambien, 3 of them. That was intentional to knock her out, so she would not be here, and he could be with Kelly, Levante, Brooks, Jensen, Greenman.
Did you guys notice with the doctors? It was Dr. What the heck was her name? Dr. Thomas, the forensic pathologist. She said that Julie's bladder was full but not overfull, and if her kidneys weren't fully functioning, if she was in full renal failure, and she couldn't get out of bed to empty her bladder, she would have had more than a normal amount of urine in her bladder. Where's that going? He kept saying how she's just drinking water, but she couldn't get out of bed. Obviously, she got out of bed and went to the bathroom.
Guys, she was too sick because he had already poisoned her. There's no way that this woman could get out of bed. She is there dying slowly, painfully. It's horrible. She swallowed a liter of antifreeze, and he took the pills and gave them to her. She's not getting out of bed, ladies. There's no way.
It's so interesting.
And she's breathing. She's breathing. Let me demonstrate this, ladies.
Please do. Yeah.
Let me figure out how to get my. Which one am I? She's like, let me get close to the camera because I want you to see it. She is breathing in the bed like this, ladies. There is no way.
If she was breathing like that, when people die, it's called a death rattle in your chest, and you know that they're dying. So I don't believe that whatsoever.
It's funny. You're doing such a good impression of the DA that I want to punch you in the face.
Listen, there's a lot of punches.
That's how spot on it is.
That's I know.
Spot on your impression is.
I'm doing my best. I wish I could get the voice a bit more perfect. Listen, she is dying in the bed. Mark poisoned her with the antifreeze. Okay, he fed her the Ambien. This woman is slowly dying. She can't get out of bed. All right, she can't. So I don't understand.
Speaking of drugs,
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Mark is too dumb to commit murder.
What about the Librium?
Probably another drug that Mark fed her. He probably mixed that in the
antidepressant.
He probably fed that to her in the cranberry juice. That was actually grape juice in the fridge. They didn't have whiskey in the day at the house, at the Jensen house, because they
did.
Listen,
though. Did you see the bar picture?
But Mark would have known to not give her whiskey because that would have saved her like a rattlesnake antivenom.
what about when she saw Dr. Borman and he asked her about the DB questions? You know, when he did the little panel of DB questions to Julie. You know, is anybody harming you? Is anybody controlling your money? Can you leave the house? You know, are you in danger? All those things. She didn't say anything to the doctor on the first.
Right. That's right. She
For
did.
for the DV, is that what you said?
Yeah. When
Well,
he
there's
did
no,
her,
listen, ladies, there is no domestic violence. Domestic violence is only physical. Let's get on with the point here, ladies. There is no violence other than the thing. But let's get to this. This is important. We really need to discuss this. She had rigor mortis. She was dead for 12 hours and she was stiff like a Peen 15 exhibit. Listen.
Okay, when you have rigor mortis sets into the muscles, into the joints. And after approximately, I cannot remember how long they said.
12 hours, 10 to 12 hours.
Then your muscles relax again and they're bendable.
Right.
Something was bendable in this relationship. All right, we got 9 minutes left in the 2-hour plan. We have some people that were undecided. Some people said guilty. You guys have to come to a unanimous decision. Obviously, I'm throwing in some loops because a lot of the people that are watching streams do believe that Mark Jensen is guilty. You have to convince the three of you that are left. It looks like one of our jurors is having some tech issues. You have to convince each other one way or the other. You can't come out of the room unless you're unanimous. If you come out and you're all in disagreement, then it's a hung jury. So sounds like you might need a little bit more time. Would you like to, we might be able to pull this person back in. Would you like to continue? Juror 4, I pulled in. FYI. Continue.
I'm back.
Okay.
Hi.
Put your speakers down. Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
All right, perfect. So we can keep going. Again, I'm going to throw in a few random things for you guys because these are some of the things. The reason I'm doing this is because there's some things that I really want you guys to highlight and I want you guys to explain away. So I'm going to throw some loops for you, but I'm going to be funny about it and be Bobby Boy Jam Boy when I do it. And for the chat that's watching, we're not trying to disrespect Julie. We all know that Julie Jensen's death was very tragic. It's unfortunate. You know, so we're trying to obviously do this with some care and whatnot, but because it is so tragic and unfortunate, we're trying to be a little lighthearted about this. None of us like Bob, so we're trying to make fun of him too a little bit. So that's the point there. But like I said, I am gonna some of those very powerful, damning things. I am gonna throw out there because you guys need to either agree with those things or explain it away. But go ahead, continue to do deliberation.
Okay, didn't Mark actually did call 911, but then the transcripts were lost?
The entire call is lost.
Yeah.
The 911 call, the entire recording is gone.
So he actually did call 911. So
after, yeah, when he discovered her,
that blows that theory.
That she had passed away. It was after she died. It was the 911 call for him to call and say, you know, we don't know what he said. We know he called because he thought his wife was dead, and she obviously was, but we don't know what he actually said because the 911 call is gone.
Because
so we don't know if he called and said, my wife's not breathing, I have an unconscious person, you know, my wife is dead.
So there was not a timestamp. So we don't know when he did call.
It was way later, ladies, because he had to clean up the crime scene and wash the glasses out and clean up all of the vomit. Let me preface this part. Julie is throwing up all over the place.
It's
And
interesting that she was able to throw up all over the place and not get a speck of vomit on her pajamas or the bed
Correct.
or
Or the
around
bed.
her mouth or in the drain of the sink or the drain of the shower. But we don't know anything about the kitchen sink because they didn't take that drain because they didn't want to cause any damage to the kitchen where allegedly these drinks and things would have been being prepared.
Let me preface this to you, ladies. It was testified she threw up specifically in the garbage can, but there was no vomit.
There was no vomit in the garbage
There was
can.
no vomit.
Right.
But the dad lives down the street. So why not bring the vomit in the garbage bags down the street to the dad's house that they're not going to look into? Right?
I concur with that theory. He got rid of the evidence. That's why it took so long to call 911. He was cleaning everything up, ladies.
Why
With the
didn't he
kids in the
clean up
car.
the bedside table then? There was still macaroni and cheese in the dish.
There was still liquid in the glasses. There was still non-grape
Correct.
juice / cranberry juice in the glass on the kitchen counter too, which they took and tested the liquid, but nobody knows what happened to those results.
Because he washed the glasses in the kitchen sink.
After Detective Ratsburg took it himself personally, he testified to yesterday. He personally took it.
Or gave it to her in a different cup and sent it to the dad's house with the vomit and everything else.
With the kids in the car. I'm just going to keep saying with the kids in the car for the rest of the thing.
The sister picked up the kids, correct? I think that's what she testified today. She picked up the kids.
After the police and the ambulance and everybody were there, someone called her and said, you need to go to that house and get those kids because the whole, everything was blown up,
Now, here's my question with the teacher. Didn't the oldest kid bring a letter to the school and he was supposed to go to a friend's house after school?
Home with a friend, yeah.
Did that ever happen? Because I don't know if that ever happened. I've been watching it. I don't know if that ever happened. One, the letter. Two, if the kid went to the friend's house.
That I don't know. I guess maybe we'll find out about it when they actually question David.
Yeah.
I don't know why he would remember. He was 8 years old, but
the mom testified too. The friend's mom testified, right? That her son told him.
Well, that was on Wednesday. That was on Wednesday because Julie's day to go into Mrs. DeFazio's class was Wednesdays from 9 to 11, and she didn't show up for that. So that was the second or the second because the third was Thursday. So that would have been the day before Julie actually died.
Oh, I must have my days mixed up then.
Yeah.
Yeah, she couldn't go to class because she was already poisoned and dying.
So, do you guys think it's possible that if Julie was trying to unalive herself, that she would have had a small amount of the ethylene glycol there? Well, you know what? Honestly, I kind of thought about that before Dr. Hale came on and said you can't determine whether there was more than one dose of ethylene glycol, because of, the way it metabolizes and what the contents of her stomach was.
She didn't have it in her she didn't have it in her system when she died, or in her.
She did. She had it in her blood. It was like a 5.5. She said on their scale. Another lab it was 4, but it was nearly untraceable amounts in her blood.
Right.
But we do know there were crystals in the kidneys.
In the kidneys, right.
And in the brain too, correct?
I don't know. I didn't hear that.
I think she said in the brain.
So for whoever is the holdouts, I think, because the majority thinks that he is not guilty on this jury. What is the holdout?
For me, the holdout is Kelly giving him to the end of the year, and they're making all these plans. Where do you want to live? Blah blah this, blah blah that. And what he had more knowledge of computers. Obviously, he did build
He
his own.
built one.
Yes.
Yeah,
After.
later. Mhm.
Yeah, but he obviously had, and he did what he did that the turtle thing.
Right.
And he also had access to other people's computers in his office. So it could have came from any of those computers, and they only took the one from the office, not everyone's computers.
And it was 4 years later.
Mm-hmm. And I really think that even though she knew how to do the QuickBooks or whatever it was that she knew how to do, I think maybe that's all she knew how to do.
She made the party invitations. She knew how to do a lot more. She was a licensed stockbroker.
Yeah, but you're not a licensed stockbroker at home. You know, you're not going to look up licensed stockbroker stuff at home. You know what I mean?
There was internet searches for stockbroker stuff on the computer.
When she went through the Stifel Nicholas directory to look for Kelly's, one of those searches, whatever it was, I think it was between 1:30 and 2:30 in the morning. She looked for the Kellys, and then there was some stockbroker stuff that she was looking up.
Wasn't she looking up another guy too?
I can't remember what the stock was, but yeah, I don't know. But I mean, the fact that he had an obsession with pornography and everything else that he had going on, it doesn't make him a killer. Correct. You know?
No, it just makes him a weirdo because he's putting all those things around if he is doing that. Or if she found his like little stash of them and she's putting them all around to make him crazy too.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And it just all happened to be where it wasn't accessible to the kids. Like if you were a real creepo, you wouldn't care if you were putting it where someone's kid could find it, right?
Well, they're putting it in like the boats in the backyard, right? And on his cars.
The shed, on his car.
Yeah.
None of his coworkers ever saw it on the car, though.
No. And
none of the secretaries ever took a phone call either.
And why would you hire a private investigator? You know, if you're, I mean, did she want to hire the private investigator? Or did he, I mean, he's obviously the moneymaker in the household. So he's paying for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you pay for that if you're the one doing all this stuff? You know what I mean?
Smoke and mirrors, you know?
Yeah, I guess.
But he didn't hire the private investigator because he didn't want to. His excuse was that it was too expensive, but we know the truth. It was because the private investigator would have found out that he was leaving Exhibit 197 all over the house.
I thought he did hire the private investigator for like 4 hours.
They did.
Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, he's being that Jamboyous guy. Okay.
Yeah. The bill was $180.
Right.
Oh no, it was $180. So
I don't know why he would bring, like, I'm going to bring this back up again, the copies of the Paxil and Ambien to the wake and showing people. I don't get that. That's just weird to me.
It is weird.
Bringing printing out the side effects of the Paxil and Ambien and bringing them to the wake and showing people. I
don't know. People do weird shit when they're grieving. I don't know. That is weird. I'll give you that.
People grieve in different ways.
Weird. You know?
There's still, there's still not enough reasonable doubt that he committed the murder.
Yeah. I mean,
about the emails for the cruise and the end of the year.
Right.
I think he thought it was just a good life, having Julie at home, doing all the work around the kids, and having Kelly on the side. He just wanted to have them both.
He wanted his cake and yep.
Because when she died, he couldn't do anything because she did all the work at home, all the work with the kids, and he could have a fling and be happy.
That's true. Why would he ruin a good thing?
Right.
Yeah. It was nice for him being happy with another woman and having the wife stay at home and taking care of everything.
I mean, with the cruise that they had planned and him and Kelly had planned in October, you know, he could have gotten around that. It's a business trip. You know?
Yes. Yeah.
That you don't have to kill your wife to go on a damn cruise.
No.
Right.
And I think he was never going to kill her because that the situation that he had was good for him.
Yeah, he'd be getting rid of his maid, his cook, and apparently the person that hung his pants like that, you know?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes.
I don't know.
And you know what's funny? When they said the thing about, you know, women who stay home with their kids are brain dead. Remember that?
Yes.
I remember hearing that, yeah.
Yeah. And then the sister said something about it too today, that Mark thought that women that stayed home were brain dead. And
Right.
that oh my God, now I forgot what I was gonna say. And that he thought he was in a better position in life than she did. So he thought he was above her because he was professional and he was going to the Blueprint and all these meetings and, you know, dinners and parties and taking clients out and all this stuff. And he just had her at home where he wanted her.
Yes.
But she had the opportunity to go out and get a job. And
Yeah,
that's
but
why
then
he wanted the kid in preschool full time.
That's what she said.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, by
The
his
sister said that
chauvinism,
today too, though, didn't she?
I
The sister
don't
said it
remember.
today too.
But the thing is, like, why would he make her go out and get a job then if he didn't tell her that they were getting divorced?
Because he's spending all his money on these other side people.
Apparently, he had the money to spend, and Julie was doing a very good job of budgeting it on the computer.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
And
let me
Kelly had
let me
too.
jump in real quick. Since juror number 2 seems to be a little Miss Know-It-All, why don't you walk us through with your lady opinion, all right, little Miss Know-It-All, with your Gone Girl theory. Hang on, let me get to my microphone so I can get to my easel as well, so I can listen to this just bizarre story that you're about to tell us. Walk us through step by step with your Gone Girl theory. All right. This is going to be great, jury. This is going to be great. Another woman speaking. Jesus. Here we go. Here we go. More women. I got one behind me whispering in my ear all the time. Now we're going to have another one. Jesus. Go ahead. Go ahead with your Gone Girl theory. Just walk us through it. Let's see if it makes sense. I doubt it will. And then I'm going to rip it apart.
Just make sure you're sitting down, not standing next to her.
Yeah. So, I don't even know if it is the Gone Girl theory. The Gone Girl theory is that these are a series of events that she was planning, not well, but she was planning them. And, you know, it was just something that was evolving over time. But with the Voights, the neighbors, by entrusting evidence to them, only to be shared with the police, you know, for people that she really didn't talk to much until 6 months before the incident. You know, only talking to certain people about the fact that she was in fear for her life. She thought her husband was going to poison her. You know, she had problems in her marriage, you know, all these things. she was only telling that to certain people that would be extremely credible as far as she was concerned, school teachers, the principal, stuff like that. But and her even her own sister-in-law. And then whenever anybody extended an olive branch to her and said, hey, here, take my lake cabin, you can take the kids, here's $1,000,
Is everyone still here?
I'm here, number 3.
I'm number 4. I gotta say, the StreamYard thing sucks.
These photos that he got, he said he got them at his office, and then he come home and showed them to Julie. You weren't aware that he did that? Were you aware that Julie Jensen received emails with these disgusting pornographic penis photos attached to them? Were you aware of that?
My earbuds
On April 13th, 1998, Julie Jensen received an email, and she put it in her log of harassment that she received an email on April 13th, 1998. Are you aware of who actually created that email that Julie Jensen complained about on April 13th, 1998?
There you go, ladies. You heard me say it. You heard me say it. Are you aware? Are you aware that Mark was doing all this? You sound like you haven't even been paying attention to the trial or anything I've said. I've shown you all the evidence.
or anything I've been telling you.
Anything I've told you specifically to say. Do you not remember me telling you that I will come for you if you don't tell the truth? Do you not remember this?
Do you think that he put certain guys around Mark that were like a plant to get stuff going?
Oh.
Because I've thought about that too.
Yeah, but why would you want the people that have the more charges and not the less charges?
Well, and you know what's interesting? They weren't like, county guys or state guys. These were all federal inmates that were in there holding, and they had a lot to lose. That one guy had 188 months. Another guy had 30 to life. And I don't remember what Thompson was facing, but he was 30 to life. Aaron Dillard, he had extradition to Lithuania and tons of time.
That's right. He had a business in Lithuania.
Yeah. And they all got off.
No. Thompson served his time. He couldn't get anything because they couldn't offer him anything because it was federal. Dillard was state.
Which is interesting that the other guys did. They were also federal.
They had federal charges. I think Dillard was still state. He came back here and was still facing charges for state.
Oh, okay. So he had charges in Lithuania. He had federal charges and he had state charges.
Yeah.
It's possible. I mean, it happens.
But the Thompson guy didn't get anything. I think it might have been a signed letter that I could be wrong on that too. I think the signed letter is the thing that Dillard's getting now, saying he cooperated. But still, that guy had nothing to lose and nothing to gain. The Thompson guy had nothing to lose and nothing to gain.
Well, he had 30 to life, and he's out and owns his own business now, makes $40 an hour cleaning dorm rooms.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what they gave him. I mean, could have given him a lesser charge, but the state can't say, hey, he did this and this and this for a state.
Well, didn't he say he did 3.5 years, Thompson, or something like that?
3.5 or 4.5, one of those two.
Yeah.
Which would it?
I thought it was 3.5.
it's just a crazy thing that they all got stuff out of it. So like that's why I said like the snitches, their testimony is toilet paper to me.
No, the last guy that we saw, was it yesterday or today?
It was
We just saw the video.
yeah,
Obviously deceased.
Nathaniel Clayton. Yeah, I know. So many people in this case are deceased. It's so sad when I see them talking. I'm like, oh my gosh, they're just gone. That's so horrible.
Yeah.
But
I'm still on the guilty thing, I think. I mean, I understand. I see where you guys are going with it. I do.
Then why are you still guilty if you see why we're going?
Because I could be undecided too. Honestly.
right.
Ladies, you cannot come out of this room with an undecided. It's a hung jury, ladies, and you are not doing what I told you to do, and that is convict Mark Jensen of first-degree intentional homicide and
Not
a
happening.
sick deviant with Peen's obsessions. Okay, listen. Hung jury. It's already costing the Kenosha County residents $70,000, and the defense already spent $10,000 on little sassy pants know-it-all from Texas. Okay. So we are not doing Jensen 4. There will not be a Jensen 4. And if there is, I will come out of retirement again. But listen, this is costing the taxpayers. We can't have a hung jury. You have 14 minutes to figure this out, ladies.
Now, he was looking for places with Kelly, places to move to. Remember that?
Right.
In the emails. So that too, if you're planning all this stuff ahead of time, you know, she gives you that timeline. Hey, by the end of the year, where would you like to live and stuff like that? Check on cruises and hotels and stuff like that.
You can still do that with a mistress. You know, men and women both do it all the time.
But we also
Every
know
day.
that Julie knew that she was getting divorced because she told the preschool teacher that.
You don't have to commit murder to do something like that.
You don't have to unalive yourself either. I mean, even though she was getting a job, right? She was getting a job. She already had,
That's where the Gone Girl theory comes in, because she was smart. She knew all about drugs and pharmaceuticals. And maybe she thought she was smart enough just to give herself enough to make her really sick, and that, you know, somebody would call an ambulance and she wouldn't actually kill herself, but she could accuse her husband of trying to murder her and fix his little wagon.
The only person that's going to call the ambulance is her husband. He don't want her alive anyway. You know?
So now I'm going to blow your minds, because do you remember the phone was off the hook?
I remember him saying he put the phone back on the hook, yes.
Right. So maybe she did reach the phone to get the phone, and that's why she was leaned over in that position.
Mm-hmm.
And how did he call 911?
And it was just too much. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know if he used that phone, he used another phone, used his cell phone. I don't know.
Back in the day, if one was unhooked,
they were all unhooked.
Yeah.
Right. So he either used that phone, or maybe he used the cell phone.
All those big old cell phones back in the day.
Yeah. Who knows?
And yeah, we don't even know if he had a cell phone back then, right?
Well,
I'm sure he did. He was a stockbroker.
1998, I would think in his position would have had one.
I had a cell phone in 1998.
Yeah.
Let me blow your mind with the phone theory, ladies. Mark Jensen panics. He runs to the kitchen to use the phone, not paying attention to the phone that's in the bedroom. He runs to the kitchen. Julie picks up the phone. It falls. We can hear Julie arguing with him to get off the phone. She doesn't want her life saved. She wants to be unalived. And this is why I threw the tape away.
And that's why there's no tape.
So, but the point is, like, we don't, I mean, could he have her? But what does the evidence show? Is there enough? There's no evidence to show that he killed her. I mean, name an actual piece of evidence, that shows that Mark killed her.
I don't think there's evidence. I think there's a lot of motive. A lot of motive.
The
No,
motive has
he-
nothing to do with the case, though.
That's right.
He
And
has
to make it-
nothing to gain.
Beyond a reasonable doubt. Remember, it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt.
He's
And
got
if
all
you-
that
And the
money,
judge,
life insurance money.
No, no.
That once, yeah, that would, if he got accused of attempted murder, the money would have went to the boys.
I don't think there was probably enough money.
It was $50,000, two policies of $50,000 each.
And is that the money they spent on the new house that they bought, him and Kelly?
I have no idea. I'm
You know?
assuming.
Because he wasn't charged until 2002?
Right.
So he could have got all that money and then purchased the other house. And it would not have gone to the boys. It would have gone to him because they were underage.
Right.
Or it would have been put in like to some kind of CD or something. But
he wasn't destitute for money, you know, and that house on Lake Michigan, right across the street from the water, was worth a pretty penny.
oh, all of them down there are.
Yeah. So, you know, it's.
But if you're sitting in prison for committing murder, you aren't going to get any of that.
Right.
So why would he even do something like that? There's nothing for him to gain.
He's writing scripts in prison about his big famous movie deal he's going to get. Al Pacino is playing Mark Jensen. Innocent people that are grieving their church-going, frail, so
Brownie
innocent
baking.
wife are not writing movie scripts. Okay, ladies?
Don't forget brownie baking.
Yes, brownie baking, invitation making, child loving. She was even going to be a surrogate mother to one of the people's babies, to the brother Paul.
While she was gardening.
Yes, gardening while pregnant, ladies. Okay. Innocent people are not plotting to kidnap. They're not writing movie scripts. Mark Jensen is guilty. You have 8 minutes, ladies, to come up with a decision.
Well, I'm gonna say not guilty. There's just too much doubt, you know. There's just too many things that, you know, it's just too many what ifs, and that's not enough time to make a man be in prison the rest of his life. I mean, this jury doesn't know that he's been incarcerated all this time, but we do. And unless they want to come up with a lesser charge, you know, he's still gonna walk. You know, as far as I'm
because
concerned.
time served, right?
Right. So even if he thought about killing his wife, or, you know, what do you call it? You know, paying his penance for the peen pictures, you know, he's done it. He's done that time. He's not a threat to the community. He's not a cold-blooded killer. He's not a mass murderer. He's not a serial killer. You know, there's just way too much doubt.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
All right, let's take a vote here real quick. 7 minutes. Juror number 1.
Not guilty.
Juror number 2.
Not guilty.
Juror number 3.
Not guilty.
Juror number 4.
I'm still undecided. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry.
But you're saying there's still a chance.
I am. But...
All right, undecided juror. I need you to lay out every piece of evidence
Oh my goodness.
that makes you think.
And I have a question. Dillard had said, he had said on stand, we knew people because I was in the construction and he was in construction. Was Jensen ever in construction? Because I know there's a Jensen construction in Kenosha, Wisconsin. But is he owned into it? Or I know it's a 4th generation because I Googled it.
He was a painter. He did painting during the summertime.
That was
What your sister said.
that was in college.
Right.
But this is after college. This is when he was talking to Dillard in jail. They knew Dillard did construction. And there's a Jensen Construction in Wisconsin. It's a 4th generation owned. I don't know if he owns it or if he has family that I don't know. Same last name, same spelling. I just don't know, because that would make sense. That was one of my questions. I should have asked it a lot earlier, but I just remember that. And I'm them neighbors. They both seen him over there high-fiving his dad after she was dead this is all stuff that they seen. No one else saw it, but they're directly right across. Why you?
I believe they saw that. And I believe they saw her clothes in the garbage. I believe that. But
a lot of people did, yeah.
His dad was high-fiving him in a malicious kind of way or a snarky kind of way. It doesn't make him a murderer. And we know his dad was a chauvinist pig dick. Private eye.
and he didn't like Julie, correct?
Again, people react to death in different ways. I mean, some people like to clean out the closets, 2 hours after someone's dead, they're cleaning, and other people wait years, that's not, to me, that doesn't really have a lot to do with it. It really doesn't.
No, but you would want to keep something for your kids hey, this was your mom's, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? At least keep a couple things. We don't know if he didn't, though.
We don't know that.
Right. How do we know that he didn't?
Yeah.
That he did?
We don't.
And you know what? Maybe it was the family cleaning. And maybe, you can interpret a high five however you want. I mean, I've been at plenty of wakes where guys walk up to each other, high five, do the half bro hug and fist bump. You know what I mean? And that's just like you can't interpret that and say, oh, that means that Mark killed his wife and he deserves to spend the rest of his life in prison because his dad high-fived him on the side of the house one Sunday afternoon.
Oh, I'm not saying it. It's just that's one of the things that is like weird to me. Why they did that?
It is weird.
It could be,
but
honestly.
Maybe he was doing it like, it could have been like he was just doing it to say, all right, son, we did it. We got all the stuff done. You got one more step, to the business of dying over. Because that's what it is when somebody dies, it's the business of dying. It's all the shit that's left to you that you have to, everyone's got to do it. And it's freaking horrible. But, you don't know. And if somebody, his dad was the one that high-fived him. They didn't say Mark high-fived the dad. They said the dad did it. That's like if somebody, if a little kid comes up to you and hands you a play phone, you're going to pick it up and say hello. If somebody throws a ball at you, you're going to catch it. If somebody sticks their hand out to shake hands, more than likely, if they don't have the cooties, you're going to shake their hand. If somebody throws you a high five or a fist bump, you're going to give it back. That doesn't,
Just
that's
natural.
on the dad. That's on the dad, I don't think that's on him. Even though it's weird timing and somebody saw it,
And did the parents talk to what's her name, Kelly, about, or did Kelly talk to them about the 2 $500 transactions? Because he was on record saying that too.
Yeah, that was, I'm telling you, that's one of the one sticking points, but that can kind of be explained away too. And just because, even let's say he did want to hire that guy to sit on Klug while the trial was going on, what if they were sitting at a bar talking shit and getting drunk and talking about, getting rid of their wives? These are a bunch of male chauvinist pigs, and I'm sure they talk about all kinds of stuff. Bob Jamboy probably talks about knocking Bev off all the time,
Well, he sure talks about being the only one that cooks at the house, honestly.
Yeah.
But why would you so want Klug kidnapped so badly and have a plan B?
Because he said, but if you believe the snitches, then you believe what he said was, he's a glory hound, he's a liar, this is bullshit. Those are his words.
And we only had one person testify to not trust him. And that was like his secretary-ish kind of person.
Yeah.
No one else has said that he can't be trusted. I mean, if there was more people in the office said, "Oh no, he just tells all kinds of BS lies and stuff like that," he can't be trusted.
There was evidence that he can't be trusted. If you remember in the beginning, when they were talking about his credibility, and the judge ruled out that it couldn't be brought in, that he had swindled all these people out of money and made fake brokerage deals and stuff.
Was that the 2008 ones?
Yeah, he was telling people that he was buying stocks and he wasn't.
Okay.
So no
I
doubt
think I might have missed that day.
Yeah, no doubt the assistant knew of the grimy things that he was doing, and she probably couldn't say because they had suppressed that.
I think I had one more thing to say, and I could be wrong, but there's one more thing.
Let's get it out, juror. Otherwise, I'm going to call it subject matter jurisdiction.
Subject matter jurisdiction. Grounds.
I'm gonna rule jury nullification here in a minute.
I think I'm done. Yeah, I'm done.
Well, you know what? We're not here to bully anybody to their decision. You know, if you
I am. I'm here to bully. I'm here to bully. Especially we got a whole thing of women in here. I'm gonna bully. You don't see me. You don't see me towering over you.
I can't actually. I have to put my glasses on for that.
Let me tower over you. You see me? You see me towering?
With my marker in hand.
Nightbot is on one tonight. Poor Ronaldo has been timed out a million times.
Oh my goodness.
I know. Sorry, Ronaldo. That's not my fault. Careful with some of the emojis. Maybe put like one emoji every once in a while and not like 14 of them in one sentence. This Nightbot gets crazy. All right, go ahead. I'll give you 3 minutes.
I'm done.
Oh, perfect.
I'm still undecided. All
right, I'm going to ask one question. Can you convict Mark Jensen right now with beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty? Beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you need the definition of beyond a reasonable doubt? Are you asking
everyone or just me?
I am asking everyone. Let me go to my assistant.
I think you should read the definition of reasonable doubt.
Unfortunately, my computer assistant is a woman, so don't take everything to heart here of what this female computer says. And remember, I'm telling you what you need to do and say, or you're fired. Okay. In the great words of number 45, you are fired. Here we go. Beyond a reasonable doubt is the legal burden of proof required to affirm a conviction in a criminal case. In a criminal case, the prosecution bears the burden of proving that the defendant is guilty beyond all reasonable doubt. This means that the prosecution must convince the jury that there is no other reasonable explanation that can come from the evidence presented at trial. In other words, the jury must be virtually certain of the defendant's guilt in order to render a guilty verdict. This standard of proof is much higher than the civil standard called preponderance of the evidence, which only requires a certainty greater than 50%. So the question is, was or is there any other reasonable explanation of why Julie Jensen could have died? Can you convict beyond a reasonable doubt? I'll give each of you 1.5 minutes, present your argument, and then we're going to go.
I don't think there was any reason that Mark would or should have committed murder on his wife. I mean, if he still wanted to continue the affair with Kelly and live in Puerto Rico or wherever, you know, he didn't have to commit murder. Yeah, he was a pervert, or he is a pervert, leaving dirty pictures of penises all over the place, you know, but that doesn't mean or make him a murderer. And beyond a reasonable doubt, there's no way that I could commit him to prison for the rest of his life, because there is no, it's all circumstantial evidence. There is nothing that totally points him to that murder or self-inflicted suicide. Not guilty.
I do have to say no, that there's no like evidence that he did it or she did it. Either someone was really, both of them are really good at portraying different things, you know, and he could have cleaned up the murder thing, or she could have been really good at lying to people and telling them what she wanted them to believe. So, but I'm just gonna say he's not guilty. If I had to go on that, and that's it.
Any other jurors want to make a last statement?
I would just say that the guilt and the doubt that the defense has been able to needle away at and explain away, you know, even if the Gone Girl theory, there's no motive, all of that's out the window. Just the two doctors' testimony alone, you get rid of all the snitches, you get rid of all the neighbors, all the outer circle witnesses like Perry Tarika, the sister, all that stuff. Just the two doctors alone, there's no way. It's not what the prosecution is feeding us, you know, and that's why they're going crazy, and that's why everything's unraveling. So, you know, if I was sitting on that actual jury, in my mind, I would have to say, you know, if this was a death penalty state, would I be willing to put this man to death based on the evidence that the state is feeding me? And I wouldn't. There's no way. No way. And you know, and if he is 100% not guilty, it's a shame that he's been away for as many years as he has. I think he's guilty of something. Personally, I think he's guilty of watching her die and not doing anything about it. But that charge is not on the table. So that's why I am not guilty.
Same here, not guilty.
All right. So has everybody decided now as far as there's too much doubt and we're all at not guilty? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
There's too much doubt.
All right. The chat said that 56% said that you guys would come out with not guilty. 31% said that you would come out with guilty. And 12% thought that it was going to be a hung jury. So I will ask the four of you, in the real Mark Jensen, boss says, yay, free Mark. In the real Mark Jensen trial, do you think the jury is going to convict him based on the pressure of the case, based on the history of the case, based on influence. Right, we're hearing this with Derek Chauvin filing his appeal that because of the riots and the fencing and all these things that it pressured the jury, even the Rittenhouse. There was some argument about with the jurors because of the riots in Kenosha as well. So do you think that that might, not riots and all that shit, because that's protest world, but do you think the pressure from Kenosha residents and the Kenosha County, because Pleasant Prairie is part of the county, do you think that that will play a role in convicting Mark? Or do you think that the jury is going to do the right thing? What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, I'm very afraid of that.
You said you're afraid of that they're going to,
Yes,
the pressure?
find him guilty, yes.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they have a plant on the jury at this point, with
Like a
all
what?
with a plant, you know, like a mole on the jury, like a plant,
Oh.
like a person that's in their inside pocket on the jury. However, they don't know everything that we know, and it's very hard to separate that. But based on the evidence that's been presented in front of that jury and knowing what's been suppressed and what they've actually heard, as much as they've been in the courtroom, I still think that there is enough reasonable doubt that they cannot convict him.
Especially with the testimony of Dr. Hale. If they can remember that, what she said, I don't see how they can have, you know, a guilty verdict. And I don't think, I would hope that the jury is smart enough not to have the pressure of the community upon them. Because if Mark isn't guilty and he gets out of prison, do you think he's really going to stay in Wisconsin? I wouldn't.
No, he's going to have to move.
He has to move. And what's he going to do for work?
He would have to.
What's he going to do for work? They're going to look up his background, you know, either way. You know,
well, I don't think he'll need to. If he's found not guilty, he's not going to ever have to work another day in his life.
Yeah, because he's going to sue Kenosha County.
He's going to sue the hell out of them.
Yep.
And he's going to get book deals and movie deals and everything else. You know.
Guess who's going to consult on the lawsuit of Bob Jamboy?
And then it would be great if it did open up a investigation into the prosecutors of Kenosha County. That would be great.
And I just hope they can remember Dr. Hale's testimony.
Yeah, and the computer analyst too, Ruff. Compared to the old computer analyst, that kid, it's like night and day.
Well, I'm hoping that if he gets some kind of like book deal or Netflix deal, I'm hoping that the family could sue him for that and get all of that money, you know what I mean, brought back into the family, into Julie's family.
Well, his kids are Julie's family.
Well, I'm talking like brothers and stuff too.
Yeah, maybe he will, but you know, if he's been falsely imprisoned for 14 years or more, even, I mean, he was serving. I don't know if he was incarcerated during the last trial. So let's just say he served 14 years. You know, that's a lot of time with not seeing his children grow up, and
he's lost.
Having his reputation dragged through the mud.
Like Julie didn't have that option. Her kids can go visit her, but the kids could go, I mean, they could like at the gravesite or whatever, but the kids could still visit him while he's in prison. You know what I mean?
So that's not a life.
No, it's not.
It's not even half a life for somebody who didn't do something.
Right.
So do we have a unanimous jury then? Is that what it came down to?
Yeah, I think that's what it did. Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't convict without a reasonable doubt.
We're going to break the internet.
It's crazy. I've been like watching this trial, not watching this trial, but before he goes on his stuff, I go on other people's streams. And it's like, hey, I'm here for a second because I'm streaming on someone else's. But what's your verdict? Everyone says guilty on 2 different platforms. 100% guilty.
It's wild.
I'm like, oh my God. But they don't have the knowledge that we had of the 2008 trials. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
And you know what? That trial, he was 100% guilty. For me.
oh, okay.
If I was seated on that jury, he would have been guilty. But certain pieces of evidence are inadmissible in this case.
Mm-hmm.
And without that, but even if they brought those in now, with the 2 doctors' testimony and knowing what we know, the other circumstantial evidence that was disproved by the defense about the computers and all that stuff, proving that Julie was a straight A student in college and all that, I mean, it brings me back to the same place. Had I had that defense, if they had presented all of that then, he would have been not guilty back then too.
Right.
It's you got to get a good defense lawyer, man. And I'm not saying that Craig Albee is not a good defense lawyer, but the doctors aren't as good as they are now. The science isn't as good as it is now. It's just not.
And it really got me. I'm just gonna put this back into the jury stuff. A lot of those people couldn't recall. But those 2 jailhouse snitches, right?
Yeah.
And then they're adding shit.
Yeah.
Well, Dillard added shit, and so did Thompson. He added some stuff. I'm like, well, you in jail?
What was crazy? What was crazy about that? When they would slip up, Jamboy would answer it for them by leading them.
Yeah.
Or he kept making like simple mistakes, like he would mess up his own words, Jamboy, so that they would correct him on something simple to lend credibility to the snitch. I know he did it with all the snitches. He would mess up something that he say, and he'd be like, "Is that right? Did I say that? Is that what you said?" And they would correct him, so that it would try to lend credibility. It would make them look like they were more certain about what they were saying. And I'm like, this is a tactic because he only does it with the snitches.
And how is he bringing out all this extra evidence in? That I think this is the 4th time.
Oh God! With the my bad, Judge.
I forgot.
I should have told them. I found out yesterday.
Yeah. No.
4 times. Oh,
and
I'm so sorry. It won't happen again.
And this judge keeps letting it flip and happen.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm just saying. I don't know. These older judges, I'm telling you, I think all these cases right now should have to be put into younger judges who are more credible, that, we know pixels are, we know how to do this, we know how to like search on the internet for this, that, and you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like with the Rittenhouse case, in this case, this guy's falling asleep the judge is falling asleep on his chair. See it twice.
Yeah, Schroeder does the same stuff.
Yeah.
He leans so far back in that chair. It's like a daybed. Are you kidding me?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think
Kenosha needs a whole reform of public officials there.
I'm telling you. Schroeder
needs to shake out that tree.
Schroeder needs to get out of there. And it's crazy. My mom, when she was younger, before he was even in the courtroom, and he was running for judge, she's out in the county. She lived out in the county. And she's like, I'll pass out his like pamphlets out to all her like neighbors and stuff like that. And she's like, God, if I knew then what I knew now. I'm like, yeah. She was like 18. She didn't know any better. You know what I mean?
That's so funny.
Yeah, I have a question. Why are the people of Kenosha so infatuated and so upset with this trial?
Because it's what they've been fed, by the media. It's like everything else in this world right now. We get fed a certain narrative and if you're not out there doing your own research, look at what the other juror just said. You know, you go on all these other streams, they're not sitting here watching gavel to gavel coverage like we are, picking apart every single sentence, every piece of evidence. They are taking the clips of clips that Ashley Stupid Banfield, excuse my French, and Nancy Grace, they're the most prejudicial people out there in courtroom media, are feeding people. And just because you scream something at us doesn't make it true. And that's what a lot of people do. They scream about it. They push it in your throat. Nancy Grace is the biggest screamer. And they're so, you know, one-sided. You can't be that way. I mean, what happened to Walter Cronkite, for Christ's sake? You know what I mean? Like, what happened to real journalism and media? You know, that's why channels like this one and guys like Kevin, you know, they're like the unicorns, because they're out there really investigating. Everybody used to be an investigative reporter. Now it's guerrilla journalism. No, everything used to be that way. People used to get out there and stomp the pavement with a pad and paper in their hand and, you know, give me just the facts, ma'am. You know, not now. Now they just get tweets and whatever else off of everybody else and regurgitate the same shit that everybody else is telling us.
That's true.
You know? Did you ever watch the Cabal thing? I forgot what the name of it is, but they literally do a clip breakdown of all these different news channels sharing the same story, and they break it down. There's like 20 different reporters, and it is identical, the news story, down to like the pauses and the jokes and whatever. I'm just like, you know, it's just crazy to me. Absolutely crazy to me. I don't watch mainstream news. I haven't watched it in over 25 years because I don't like getting my views spoon-fed to me, you know?
I was just wondering, you know, why the people of Kenosha or Wisconsin in a whole, you know, is so infatuated with this trial. Is, you know, is this the biggest trial that Wisconsin has ever seen? You know, I doubt it.
Absolutely not. It's not the biggest
Yeah.
trial. It's not the biggest trial, but since it keeps coming back, and there's not much, well, from what I've been seeing, I haven't been seeing anything.
Is there a lot of newspaper coverage on it, or
I don't
television?
Yeah, it's all over the media. This has been, so I mean, as far as the Jensen thing, it's been, there was coverage back then, in 2016, 2017, when you know, this has gone in front of multiple judges. It's gone in front of you know, obviously Schrader. It's gone in front of Judge Kirkman. It's gone in front of multiple judges in the courthouse there, and they all basically upheld, you know, the verdict. And then it went 2016, 2017. Paperwork was filed, you know, with the appellate courts, and all of that, and they affirmed the courthouse's decision, and then it went later, 2020, 21. It went in front of the Wisconsin Supreme, or maybe a little bit earlier than that, maybe 2018. It went in front of the, I fucked this up. 2010, it went in front of the appeals court. 16, 17, it goes into Wisconsin Supreme Court. 2021, the U.S. Supreme Court denied the case, which upheld Wisconsin Supreme Court, which is why we're here in 2023. So I fucked up a little bit of the dates there originally, but that's kind of the, so yeah, and corporate media right now is pumping stuff out. You know, live streams are going everywhere. Everyone is, you know, kind of talking about this. So what I know as far as the jurors in regards to, because we didn't hear the voir dire, so my buddy, so they were asked about the knowledge of the case and things like that. And just kind of how we did hear about like the one juror that knows Dillard. You know, is this going to affect your decisions, your opinion of different things, whatever? Because they do know stuff. They are aware of things. And the jurors that were selected all said no, that none of that stuff is going to influence them. So,
Yeah,
but there
he's
is
probably the plant.
Yeah, you know, I'll tell you some.
I probably shouldn't say that, but
there might be a plant on the jury. You know what I mean?
we probably shouldn't say that.
It's odd
That would probably,
that
we probably shouldn't say that, though. We could probably get in trouble for that.
well, I don't know. I mean, you know, Kenosha Police Department calls me a conspiracy theorist anyway. So, I mean, there's obviously a lot of weird things happening with the case anyway, but yeah. So, all right, I'm gonna drop you guys out of the stream in a minute here. As far as doing this, I wish we had a few more people that were brave enough to come on. But what did you guys think about the experience and talking and kind of, you know, did anybody feel pressured? Did you know, what was your experience like? What did you guys think?
I thought it was a great experience. You know, you get to hear other people's ideas and, you know, what they might have heard or saw that you might have missed, you know, and
Yeah.
it was a good experience. I enjoyed it.
I definitely liked it. And I didn't feel pressured by anyone else at all, even though
No.
at the end I had, you know, without a reasonable cause, you know, I can't, you know, I can't say that he's 100% guilty. I can't say he's 100% innocent either, but I mean, he's guilty of something, like everyone else has said. He's guilty of something. You just don't know what. You know what I mean?
Right,
I
and
mean,
there's no other charge for us to look at. So
right. I mean,
you know,
the kidnapping and stuff like that. Yeah, he's probably guilty of that, but they give him that. He's served his time. You know what I mean?
right.
But I never felt guilt. I never felt like pushed one way or another. So I liked it. It was cool.
I thought it was great, but my language barrier is.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
I thought you did great.
You did. Yeah.
Thank you
And
for
I know
that.
who you are.
Yeah.
Hey now.
It's nice
Jury
to talk
anonymity.
to
Jury
you.
anonymity.
Well, we know who each other are.
Yeah.
At least I know who one person is.
No problem. If you
I
commit the
thought
murder,
it was great.
if you commit the murder in Iceland, the max you get is 16 years,
Oh, wow.
Wow.
and you will be out in 12.
Oh, wow.
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 That's crazy.
It's almost
No.
worth it there.
Right.
No, it's not like that. We don't have, but we have rehabilitation.
And that's what
Wow.
that's what we would think we want to have it here too, but it's really not. It's not.
It's really
It's-
not.
It's too crowded.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
know
yeah.
what? The guys who come out here are so broken and have such bad PTSD, and a lot of people don't care about that. But you know, a lot of times when people commit crimes and just, you know, it's not like they decide on a life of crime. Most people, you know, they're usually a product of their environment, and you know, a lot of them are just, you know, they say the inner child or whatever. A lot of them have a very childlike mentality, and it's very sad.
Yeah,
You
very
know?
sad. Yes.
So, I mean, you know, our judicial system could learn a lot from Iceland. But
Oh.
I'm thinking, you know, if I had to do it, like if I could bring somebody from here to there, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think my chances are good, you know.
We don't extradite people, no. Just kidding.
Even better. Just keep on keeping on with all the good deets on it, you know.
And don't tell Jared that.
Yeah, and they have the Aurora Borealis there too. So like, why
yeah.
would we not want to go to Iceland?
Right.
And the hot springs.
Yes.
There you go.
That's
all right.
awesome.
Well, I'm glad everybody had a good experience.
It was good.
Does it give you kind of an idea of maybe what like a jury room would kind of, obviously we played a lot and whatever, but as far as just the conversation back and forth and talking about the evidence, does that kind of give you maybe an idea of what the experience could be like back there?
Absolutely. I never thought
Definitely.
that somebody was going to come in and be like guilty, and by the end that they would be like, oh, I'm undecided. Oh, you know what? You're right. I can't convict them beyond a reasonable doubt. I always wondered, like, how do juries get people all the way from the other side over to
change.
It's amazing. It's amazing, you know, but that's why our system works the way it does. And that's the good part, you know. There's a lot of not good parts, but that is a good part, because if everyone doesn't agree, then, you know.
Do you think it would have been harder if we had, let's say there were 3 or even if there were 4 or 5 people that said he was guilty? So the 3 of you that were kind of not guilty, do you think it might have been harder if you were outnumbered with the guilty people trying to convince them to come over?
Oh, definitely.
See, I don't think so, because we either would have been hung because, you know, you can't take back the doubt. You know, you can alter the fact that people are saying this is what it is or whatever. Well, is it really, or is it just speculation? Is it just hype and that kind of thing? You know, you can't take away the doubt. Once the doubt's there, it's there. You know. I think it's harder to remove the doubt once the cat's out of the bag, you know.
Yeah.
And literally there's no evidence. Where is the evidence?
Do you think in your case now, because obviously we're experiencing a lot more than the actual jury, do you think that the real jury might struggle with not hearing the lawyer arguments, not maybe necessarily knowing about the scandals and the corruption, right? So we highlight that here on this channel because that's
Right.
You know, one element of what we talk about is corruption within systems, and what I do with my investigative journalism, you know, investigating that and exposing those things. Do you think that the real jury, not having access to that type of stuff, not seeing, you know, all of the 2008 stuff and comparing testimonies and pretty much like everything that we've pointed out on this channel, do you think the real jury is going to struggle with not knowing those details? Do you think they're smart enough to kind of see through the defense and the prosecution's bullshit when they're kind of doing their thing? Like, what are you guys' thoughts on the real jury?
I hope.
Yes,
they
I
are.
think so.
Yeah.
I would hope so.
Yes.
Because the public goes by the media and all this stuff, you know. They're supposed to be non-biased. They're supposed to be Switzerland going in there, you know. So if they really are just taking in the evidence that was given to this jury, I think that they don't have a choice but to not acquit, but you know, find him not guilty of first-degree murder.
Yeah.
They would have to prove that he had planned it. They would have to prove his, you know, that it was done with malice and planning and all that stuff. And I just don't see it, you know. It can be explained away. If there's one person on that jury that thinks that he's not guilty, or 2 people even, by the end, I think they'll get there, or it will be a hung jury.
All right. So the real jury in 2008 took 32 hours to come to a verdict. How long do you think, or just if you want to make it simple, how many days do you think this jury will take to render a verdict in this case?
I'm going to say 3 to be on the safe side.
Yeah, I have a verdict formula, and it's 1 day for every week of trial. So if we're at 2 weeks, it'll be 2 days.
Yeah, I'd say at least 3 to 5.
Mm.
They'll probably want to be home by the weekend.
And that's the thing. They want to be home because they've been there for how long? You know what I mean? I mean, they get to go home anyway at night, but yeah, they need a break from this too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So if you figure they rest on Tuesday, then at some point that day, whenever they rest, they're going to go and start their deliberation. So you have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So maybe
Thursday night or Friday morning. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks for playing. This was fun.
It was fun.
Were you guys the questions, the voir dire questions that we sent, were you guys expecting those types of questions, or like did you open it up and you're like, Jesus God Almighty, this guy, he is hilarious? Were you expecting something different?
I thought everyone had the same ones. I didn't realize we all had different ones. That was really funny.
Oh, yeah.
That was really funny.
That last one, number 4, my conspiracy thing. I was like, oh my God, seriously.
The which one? Which one was it?
Conspiracy theory. If you could do one conspiracy theory, what would it be? I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, it took me like 3 hours to even think of one. I'm like, oh my goodness.
That is
I was like, I'm like, I gotta answer this before because he's got a time limit on when I can like answer these and send it back in to him.
That is
Who came up
funny.
with the questions?
So I kind of cheated and I went through like 6 websites, looking at some random ass questions. A couple of them I've snuck in there on my own. But yeah, I looked at a bunch of things and kind of put them in there.
That's so funny. Yeah. I like the animal one.
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured it would. I was hoping that more people would have came, and when they got the initial email, right? Because it sounds sort of official, but it's lighthearted, and there's some kind of comedic, satirical, tone behind it. That would kind of ease some of the, maybe their anxiety or fear of coming on the stream. And then once they got the voir dire questions and read those, they'd be like, oh man, okay, this is going to be fun. It's going to be cool. Like no problem coming on. So I was trying to take any like anxiety or stress or fear about this being like just such a serious thing. Because we're obviously talking about a very serious issue, right? A young woman, her demise, regardless of how it happened, why it happened. Yeah. Somebody is not with us anymore. And it's unfortunate either way, right?
It's so funny because the letter that I sent the whole thing was a joke, my email to you. And then you hit me back with ridiculous questions. I'm like, yes, this is perfect for me.
Can I read your email?
Yeah, go ahead. It's hysterical.
Okay, so the email I got from this juror was, Dear Sir, I would sincerely like to be considered as a participant in the mock jury deliberations for the Mark Jensen trial. I affirm that I have been present for more than the required 75% of the trial coverage. I am organized, articulate, and believe I have a good understanding of the facts of this case. Thank you in advance for your consideration in this matter. You will not be disappointed if you choose me, sir. I promise I won't let you down and solemnly vow on this day, the 25th of January, in the year of our Lord 2023, to try my absolute hardest to refrain from the use of my love language, profanity. Warmest regards, and then the juror's name.
That was awesome.
That was good. Good job.
So it's good that that you guys had some jokes about this. Even one of the other jurors once they answered the questions, you know, they said my answers under oath, and then like little prayer things. So you guys had fun even in the emails with your, you know, responses and your requests to be part of the jury. So that was good.
I think it was good even with just 4. I mean, if there were 2 more, I think it would have been even better because we may have had more of a diverse opinion. But I think 12 would have been hard on this format.
Yeah.
With cross talking and everything.
Yeah.
Because we had to be very conscious of that, you know, and that's just I think it went good. I think it went smooth. I think it'll be fun as it goes on. The more and more it gets done, you know, I think you know, it'll get better and better.
Cool. All right. Well, here's what we're going to do next, ladies. I'm going to drop you guys out of the stream. You can join the chat. Now,
call the courthouse and tell them they can free Mark now.
I mean, if you guys want to meet up outside the courthouse, then I'll stand there and picket with you. Now, just like a real jury, you can preserve your anonymity. The chat is going to be going crazy about who was in the jury room. They're going to be speculating. There's going to be questions. They're going to try to get it out of you. You can remain anonymous, or you can tell the chat that you were part of the jury and which juror number you actually were. It is entirely up to you. I am the only one that knows who the jurors actually were. Now, when we had juror number 5 come in, juror number 5 got kidnapped. He is with Ed Klug. Tim is sitting on juror number 5. Okay, that's what happened to juror number 5. Also, ladies, I hope you took no disrespect to the mockery of you being females. I wanted to really highlight what an absolute fuck of a piece of shit that Bob Jamboy is. When he talks to females, refers to them, all of that stuff. And, you know, just like stand-up comedy, we do these kind of jokes to about very uncomfortable subjects, and we do it in a way that kind of breaks down our defense system, but also at the same time shines light on very, very serious issues that unfortunately we still have to face in today's society. So, and even the chat members, I don't want anyone to think that this is my viewpoints of how I feel when it comes to females. You know, you guys that know me, it was a viewpoint of mine many, many years ago, and not any longer. And that's why when Bob talks, it really upsets me personally. So I wish, you know, or hope that nobody in chat was offended or anyone that listens to this later is offended. But I wanted to highlight just what an absolute piece of shit Bob Jamboy is with every female in that courtroom. So hopefully everybody is okay with all of that. With that said, I'm going to drop you ladies out of the stream, rejoin the chat, and we are going to bring on a special guest. So we're going to be on for a little bit longer. We're going to bring our guest on for probably 20 minutes, half hour. You guys are going to get a kick out of our guest. They are one of my favorite people in the entire wide world. They are hilarious. We have been on streams together before. They have probably a naughtier mouth than I do.
Yes.
It's going to be good. Funny. You guys are going to love it. It's Friday night. We're going to get a little bit rowdy for just a little bit longer, and then we're going to end the stream. I do want to go live tomorrow at 8 a.m. So we can kind of catch up on this Murdaugh trial, this Alex Murdaugh murder trial, kind of marathon streaming what's been happening with that, so that when this Jensen trial is done, we can all just jump right over to Murdaugh live like everybody else, and we already kind of have an idea of what's going on. So with that, ladies, I'm going to drop you out, rejoin the chat so I can bring in our mystery guest.
Thank you,
Thank
Boston.
Thank you.
All right. Bye.
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 All righty. So, mystery guest, I am grabbing this link. I'm going to send this to you guys, to you now. So some jury info for you guys. There's not a gag order on the jury information, as far as I'm told. We already know that there's 9 men, 7 women. The jury is primarily white, other than 2 jurors, which appear to be possibly Hispanic. The jurors are very kind of intently listening to everything. When certain people are talking, especially today with like Laura Coster, they are, very tuned in. They're leaning in to listen. We were told that the jury does have pen and paper to take notes. So they are taking notes. And when a lot of these things, especially the very important things, the very controversial things are being talked about, they are intently writing in their little notebooks and taking notes on all of that. It has been said that, like the Brooks trial, for me, watching the jurors, I saw that the men seemed very bored. The women were way more attentive during, certain times, especially that last day before they did the verdict and everything, when DA Opera was playing the videos that she stitched together. That brought me to tears. There were jurors that had tears in their eyes. They were really upset and bothered by seeing those things. This jury in the Jensen case, it was said that they don't necessarily appear to be kind of emotional when there's these very kind of tough things to be looking at on the screen. Nobody seems to be getting bothered in such a way by it. They're not having tears in their eyes. They're just very intently listening. Kind of said that when Jamboy is kind of talking, that they are listening to what he's saying, but it is almost that they are slightly annoyed. That's kind of the best descriptive thing that I got about that. But when the lady, and I've forgot her name, but when the female DA is talking, they are very clued in on her, and then they clue in on the witness when the witness responds. So we were able to get a little bit of kind of jury background. The kind of vibe in the courtroom as a whole is very weird. It's very kind of tense. Not a lot of media that's actually in the room, which we can see on the cameras. So I'm assuming that the majority are down in the war room. There has been some stuff, and we're not going to mention this individual's name anymore right now tonight, but a certain photographer or duo photographer goofies, it had appeared that they might be taking pictures of the computer screens of the defense attorneys. It's what it appeared to look like from what we're hearing. Whether or not that's true, we don't know. I'm not there, so I can't confirm that. But the individual said that, when they're kind of leaning away from the computers, it seemed like that is plausible of what they were doing, trying to take pictures of what's on the screen. That would be kind of unfortunate if a media person was actually doing that. When Jensen walked in, they said it was a little unnerving seeing him walk in. Kind of a little gasp of wow, he's right here. So yeah. the judge, they are listening to the judge. They're intent on, very attentive on the judge. Obviously, they're pretty lighthearted about things. They're laughing at jokes. There's one juror, obviously, and we hear it, but, our friend said they're pretty vocal. Do you guys want to take a break? Yes. Right. There's one juror that's pretty vocal about certain things, but they seem pretty lighthearted. They seem pretty cheery. They're not getting bored with any of the case yet. Even when Bobby Boy won't shut his mouth, they're still very intently listening. But it appears that they're a pretty smart jury panel that's on there. So that's the info that we got from the inside scoop. If I was there, I'd be kind of relaying the same types of information that's going on. Now, the juror that was publicly announced, well, let's just put it this way, may or may not be on that jury right now. We'll just leave it at that. We'll let you guys wonder and decodify what I'm saying. So, I don't know, a little weird. All right, we're sending the link over to our mystery guest. I'm going to give them a second to set up their thing. Make sure, mystery guest, that you just type your first name and you keep your camera off. You know how you are about your identity. Some of you that have been with us for a while, when you hear the voice, you will recognize who it is. And yeah, for those of you that this is going to be the first time, viewer discretion advised. We say naughty words here on this platform. We're not going to keep her on for too super long. Otherwise, this is going to turn into an NC-17 stream, and we can't have all that. But we are bringing her on for a specific reason. One, I want to make you guys laugh a little bit more tonight, kind of ease maybe some of the tension of what we were talking about. Because, again, this is a real case. There are very serious issues. There's a man's life on the line. There's a woman who lost her life. There's attorneys on both sides that are diligently working on this case. They each believe a certain thing. And a lot of people, I'm sure, behind the scenes that are working on this as well. And, so kind of make you guys laugh a little bit. But if we can get the special guest that they're going to set this up the right way and we can figure out no tech issues and we can get them on here, kind of give you a little bit of insight from a resident of the area that knew all about this case back in the day. You're going to hear some thoughts. You're going to hear some things. And obviously you heard the jurors, our viewers that were jurors, they were listening to things, and there were some things that they were questioning. You're going to hear tonight with our special guest, a lot of what they thought and heard and all they weren't on the jury, but what the scuttlebutt in the neighborhood was. And kind of compare what she's saying to what we've seen with the 2008 trial, what we're seeing with this trial. And they also, knew of Mark and Julie, saw them at grocery stores, things like that. And kind of their vibe with seeing, especially Mark, right? I think we've all said he's a creepy. So kind of their vibe when they were running into Mark in just kind of a casual setting. Things like that. So if we can get them to figure out how to set the thing up, we'll have them on. So that would be the most ideal way of doing that. If not, we do have a backup way, and we'll figure that part out. But as far as the chat, what did you guys think? All the viewers that were watching, what did you guys think? Did you learn anything new? Did it change your opinions? What did you guys think as viewers? I'm kind of curious to know what everybody thought. first, was it a fun experience for you? Were you guys laughing? Were you kind of, some of you were obviously putting some remarks in the chat and what you guys thought. And, we do have a viewer that, also kind of thought guilty. And then there were some things that were said that changed their mind. And then kind of coming in and listening to what we've said all day today really kind of changed their mind. So I'm curious what you all thought. Is this something that we should do again with the Alex Murdaugh trial? If my little special friend is back there. No. Just click the link I sent you and then kind of follow the steps. So Ronaldo, you were on Law and Crime, right? Is that where I drew you from to come check this out? Yeah. What's your experience? So just from like a viewer experience, when you're watching like a platform like Law and Crime streaming the case, and then compared to what we're doing, over here, there's obviously a big difference, but is it, do you think it's more enjoyable for the viewer to just sit and watch the trial, or like come on our thing and listen to a lot of background and people breaking things down, and way different perspective than the chat that's going on like the Law and Crime chat? That's 4,000 people of weird things. So what like the difference between the platforms? Scout said, so fun. All right, let's try. I think we're gonna have to do this a backup way.
Hello.
All right, I'm calling you Rita.
Okay.
You remember? Remember Rita?
Oh yeah, I love Rita.
All right, turn your volume down on the stream.
Okay, turn it down.
Yeah, because otherwise it's gonna echo.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm on the phone with you. What are you on? That stupid iPad?
I'm actually on my iPhone.
Oh. Are you watching the stream on the iPad though?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay,
I'm
yeah.
already on the iPad. I can show my iPhone.
All right, turn the volume down on the iPad.
Okay.
So that there's no echo in the background.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
So for all my chat, some of you know who Rita is, and our views just spiked, boss. Pay attention to that. So Rita, some of you know Rita. For those that don't,
Well,
so Rita, hang on. Rita, hang on, crazy woman. Rita helped me during the protest time in Kenosha, 2020 protests. Rita was a lifesaver during that time and saved my ass with regard to some militia people. Yeah, so that's how we met Rita. We've been friends for, quite a while since then. And every now and again, we bring her on and we have some fun and we get rowdy. And that's that. So Rita, say hi to the chat.
Hello?
They can hear you. You guys can hear Rita, right?
Oh my God. Yeah. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I got you. I can hear you.
Great.
You gotta turn the volume down on the iPad.
Okay, so.
Because you can hear me on your phone, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't need the iPad volume. Just turn the volume off on that.
Okay.
You can watch me on the iPad, just don't have the volume because we're on the phone.
Okay, I gotcha.
You got it now?
Okay.
All right, perfect. All right, so tell us. So you are from, I'm not going to say specifically where because we got fucking lurkers in the background, but you're from the area. You're from the area. And you were around during the 2008 trial and before that.
Right.
And you kind of saw Mark and Julie kind of throughout town in the grocery store. And what was, when you saw Mark in the grocery store and stuff, like what was your kind of vibe of him?
Oh my gosh. He gave me the creeps, guys. I'm sorry. I actually left the store with all my stuff in my basket. I mean, he just gave me this look, this stare down, creepiest look I ever had from a man in my life. And he just like staring and staring. I'm like, okay, I'm out of the store. I'm done. I'm out. I just left everything in the car and walked out the door. The guy just gave me a really bad vibe all through the store.
kind of creepy.
Did that. Yeah, and I never ever did that. Never.
Yeah. For some of the new people jumping in, we have an AI moderator, and I have the thing disabled for emojis, but for some reason it's not listening to our commands and it does what it wants. Just be careful with the emojis. Boss, don't worry about it. Yeah, you're getting a little too jumpy. So the AI moderator whacked you on the emojis. That's not us. We have it disabled. It shouldn't be doing that, but for some reason it is. This AI thing has a mind of its own. It's kind of freaky. But there's we laugh about it, even though it's annoying. We laugh about it because if you read the comment that the Nightbot says, it's funny, but it is kind of annoying, and I apologize for that for those in the chat. But thanks for the compliment about the hat. I appreciate it. Okay, so Rita, so Mark Jensen was kind of creepy, kind of gave you a weird vibe, and kind of made you leave the store. Was this after he was suspected in Julie Jensen's death, or it was just in general?
That was like right before he killed his wife, I would say. Like he had like a thing about him. This is before he even went into trial. He just had a bad vibe about him. I think I want to say his wife was already passed away and he was still out. And then I see his face on TV and like in the paper that he was wanted for this murder of his wife with whatever.
What did you think when as a resident of the area, when you kind of saw this stuff coming up on the TV, like what did you think about that when you heard this?
I'm like, oh my God, this is the guy I saw in the store.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's like, oh my God, this is like the guy that was in the store. And then at the time I was hanging out with my girlfriend. She was a bartender. We would talk about it. And she said that, yeah, he walked into her bar a couple times, and he even gave her a like a really bad vibe.
Mm.
And it was like, oh my God, this is the guy that we see him on TV. It's like, oh my God. Yeah, it was like really strange.
What was there's the chat, there's a lot of like questions about like the media coverage back then. How much was the media talking about this in the newspapers and on the television?
Quite a bit.
Yeah, so there was a lot of coverage on this.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well,
and now it came back up again, and people are like, why?
Yeah.
You know, like, why is it even coming up again? Like, why are we wasting taxpayers' money on this? You know, it's like, was he trying to get a movie out of this or what?
Do you know the reason why the trial came back?
A little bit. I mean, I have my pros and cons on it, but you know, it's like whatever. You know, I mean, maybe the guy is innocent. Maybe the guy didn't do it. I don't know.
What was your first when you
he
first?
He put 25 years in prison already into this. You know.
Yeah.
And now they're bringing it back up again because there was some. I think it was because of the letter, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Do you know why the letter was an issue now?
Yeah, I do now. Yeah.
What's your understanding of why the letter is an issue?
Because it happened. She was writing things that happened in before. Like it was like kind of like the letter wasn't. The letter didn't make any sense to a lot of people, I guess, and that's why they brought her back.
So your understanding of why the Jensen trial is being retried is because the letter didn't make sense, and they're retrying him now.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What about your girlfriends? What are their thoughts on, or what is their impression? Because I know you guys are all little.
They're not even watching it. They don't really care. You know, a lot of people are just like, whatever. You know, a lot of people are burnt out by a lot of stuff right now. There's other things that are, you know, I really don't know. A lot of people are even listening to this trial, really. You know, we work during the day, so it's like we don't have time to watch all this stuff.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, you know, we work, you know, and then we come home, we just want to just like, you know, do our thing, and then we just go to bed. You know, it's like they're bringing this back again, whatever. It's like a lot of people lost interest in it the first time, and then they're bringing it back again.
Okay.
I really don't know. A lot of people aren't even watching it, to tell you the truth. I just watched it because I saw you were on. We're doing this on your stream.
Yeah. Do you want to know the real reason why the letter was brought back?
Yeah.
So the real reason is that in 2004, a case, it's Crawford v. Washington, went to the United States Supreme Court, and they challenged. We read the whole thing, but they challenged a piece of evidence in that case, and it went before the U.S. Supreme Court. And based off the decision of that case, the Supreme Court changed the Sixth Amendment confrontation clause. And
all right, so they changed it then.
Right. So a defendant has the right to confront evidence and witnesses in their trial. And there was a big discussion and a lot of argument in the courts on whether or not, if somebody is we have to be careful on the verbiage, but if somebody is unalived, right, on whether or not, you know, if like, let's say Mark did this, he took away the right to confront, right, intentionally. So there was a lot of back and forth on that, but eventually the U.S. Supreme Court said that, you know, the confrontation clause stands, and they changed how it was ruled on.
So this could make it free out of jail card then, with this new change of law.
Well, I don't honestly believe that the letter was the damaging piece of evidence in the case. Even jurors that were on the 2008 trial said it wasn't, the letter wasn't like the smoking gun that that made them convict him. But I think what might actually affect the case this time is the quality of the doctors that have been brought in for the defense. They're stronger, and even the prosecution's witnesses kind of gave us a more eye-opening look into the case, because you have modern technology that's looking into an old case, very archaic things, and I think they may have kind of screwed up with the computer expert guy, because it gave us a much clearer idea of what was actually happening on that computer. So, but yeah, it's here because the law changed. Judge Schrader would have known that.
That can benefit Mark to get out of jail, okay? Because that law changed right there, so we'll have to look into that a little bit more closely.
Yeah, the law changed, and then now we have modern technology looking back at an old crime, and it's bringing forward a lot of
DNA and all that, yeah. They didn't have before.
Yeah, they're testing things differently because of, you know, the technology and looking at stuff differently. So that's the real reason why everything is back, and what might be affecting the trial today, what might get him a not guilty plea, things like that. So, what?
You know,
go ahead.
I do have concern. I do have concern because, and this is what I want to bring up to you is, the Ambien.
Yeah, the Ambien. Go ahead.
Can we talk about the Ambien for a minute?
Yeah, absolutely.
On December 2nd, 1998, Mark Jensen went to his doctor. Now, he went into the office himself. He went into the office himself and got this prescription for his wife. What doctor does that?
All right.
Any doctor that just gives her husband a prescription. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. And then, what was in her system when she died? How many pills were in her system?
Okay.
That's another question. Did Mark give her too much? Did she overdose on those Ambien?
Yeah. So, all right. So let me break down your question. So the first thing about the doctor. So we all asked that in the chat as well. We were all wondering about these things, and we kind of had our opinions. And we all kind of said that, you know, in the 90s, you know, 80s, 90s, very, very early 2000s, maybe even, that, you know, it wasn't necessarily frowned upon like it is today, where there's very serious ethical issues surrounding that. Doctors can, you know, get in serious trouble for those things, giving medications to somebody else. Right. So back then in 1998, Dr. Borman was the family physician, and he was actually questioned about this on the stand, and he testified that back then it wasn't considered a type of issue, and because he was the family physician, he saw Mark, he saw Julie, he saw the boys, that it was kind of a normal thing, but he also said that today that it would be a very serious issue. So, and he also did say that, you know, that he kind of told Mark what to do, and it didn't necessarily agree with Mark giving her an Ambien as soon as he got home. Now, to break down your question as far as what types of things were in her system. So we know that Julie Jensen was prescribed a variety of medications because she has a breathing issue. She has bronchitis. And he gave her some type of, I forgot what it's called, but it's something PAC that helps with her breathing. No. It's something, it ends in the word PAC. I just don't remember what that was. If one of the chat remembers, I forgot what it's like med pack or a Stera pack or something like, it's like that. CPAC, something like that, maybe a CPAC. So that's a different type of medication. And then the doctor also prescribed her Duravent. And the Duravent we looked up has some very, very serious side effects. Z-Pack, Scout says Z-Pack. So that's probably what it was, a Z-Pack, not a C-Pack. So it gave her the Z-Pack for the breathing issue, gave her Duravent, which is also a breathing medication. But a lot of like what we're hearing in the trial, these different symptoms, she was experiencing this, one, because of the breathing issue, and two, because of the medication that she was on, where like they're talking about platyki and things like that. So she was on that. And there was something else that she was already on. And then the antifreeze that was in her system. And what it sounds like from the evidence, and we're kind of speculating here on the channel, but what it sounds like is that Julie took a teaspoon of antifreeze to try to set Mark up for attempted murder. She didn't account for all of the other shit that the doctor gave her, right? And then what made everything worse, okay, and let's just pretend that Mark did this to her and all these things. The doctor gives her all these things. Somebody gives her antifreeze, okay? And then she goes into the doctor's office and she's acting crazy. And the doctor is worried about her. So he prescribes her Paxil. And she ends up taking the Paxil. And we know that because there were a couple of pills that were missing from the sample packs that he gave. The boxes are on the counter in the photograph. So she took some of that. And she starts acting, even kind of loopier. She's jumping on the bed. She's acting drunk. There's all these things. And the next day with the Ambien, Mark goes to the doctor and he's very concerned. And he's saying, look, she's acting like this. I looked it up on the computer. These are the side effects. Something's wrong. You got to give her something else. So the doctor says, I gave Mark a few Ambien. If we're to take that in the literal sense of few, it's 3, which is the Ambien that he gives her that day when he comes home in the morning, and then.
Yeah, and then it was so that I guess all 3 were gone the same day.
Yeah, and there's no evidence to show whether all 3 were actually in her system, or Mark took one. But there was definitely Ambien that they detected in her system. They couldn't tell, if I'm correct, chat. If I'm wrong, correct me. They couldn't tell if all 3 Ambiens were in her, but they found Ambien in her system. So we know that she did have some Ambien one way or the other. Yeah. So there is some doubt as to all the shit.
With all this, and with all this mixed medication, that she was taking, I'm thinking, hey, could this been an accidental overdose? Or was this maybe intentional overdose? Or was this even considered an overdose?
And that's the part that the doctors, so back in the day, because of technology and things like this, they were kind of making these conclusions. And now with some modern technology, re-looking at all of the reports and all these things, the doctors, I think the one thing that they can pretty much all agree on is that the cause of death is antifreeze poisoning, but they cannot determine the manner of death. And there's 5 manners of death. And so they can't determine if it was accidental, suicidal, or homicide. So that's been a discrepancy, is that some doctors are saying, no, it's a homicide. Others are saying, nope, that's wrong. It's undetermined because there's no concrete evidence that shows that it's one way or the other.
All right, well, a person just doesn't die. It's not taking something or nothing, unless it's a massive heart attack. But
well, and that's why they can't determine whether or not it was self thing, or if it was a homicide or an accident. They really can't determine, and that's what makes this case kind of crazy as well. So 2008 they said no, too bad Mark did it, and modern technology is saying that those doctors got it wrong. And what's worse, Rita, the pathologist in the 2008 case that testified, Dr. Michael Chambliss lied in 2008. And they got him on the stand this time. And he said, because he testified in 2008, all these different things about antifreeze. And now in today's trial, when he was asked about antifreeze, he told them that he doesn't know anything about antifreeze. And he was asked specifically, if you testified about antifreeze in 2008, do you wish you hadn't? And his answer was, yes, I wish I hadn't. So he kind of he false testified in 2008. And he was a key witness to Mark's conviction. So he lied about knowing all these things about antifreeze. He didn't. And then what's even crazier, Rita, is that Dr. Michael Chambliss was not the first pathologist to do the autopsy on Julie Jensen, even though Bob Jamboy likes to pretend and tell people that that's the case. It's not the case. He's lying to the jury, and he's lying to everybody in the courtroom. And this is a fact. This has actually been proven. This is factual, that the original pathologist was Dr. Maureen Lavin. She did the autopsy, and then there's some controversy and scandal, and about the corruption in that area. There's controversy on whether or not Dr. Lavin was fired because she wasn't board certified, which sounds weird because how does she have the job then? Or the allegation that has come forward that Dr. Maureen Lavin was fired because she didn't agree with Bob Jamboy's theory of the case. And to make it even crazier, her pathology report, her autopsy report is missing, and it's never been found. And then to secondary back that up.
And when did they notice that report went missing?
Oh, they knew it back in 1998.
They knew it back in 1998 this report was missing.
Yes. And then the medical examiner, Dr. Mary Mainland, also had a private meeting with Robert Jamboy. And there's an allegation that he intimidated her to testify to his theory. So you have Michael Chambliss and you have Mary Mainland that all of a sudden have the same type of report and the same conclusion, but the original autopsy is missing, and that doctor was fired.
So it's December, was in December 2nd this happened? When she was given that Ambien? Because in 1998, in December, this is when she was prescribed all these prescription drugs. The Ambien and, from Dr. Orla, or whatever his name was.
Yeah, and she was on stuff before. She actually has 10 years worth of medical prescriptions and some very serious mental health things that it sounds like they all misdiagnosed as just depression. And it is more likely that she had more serious things, either bipolar 1, which if you have that, there's paranoid delusions, or she was paranoid schizophrenic. So a lot of us think that she was misdiagnosed. So she has 10 years of being medicated and all of that. But yes, in the last month of her death, she was on several medications, and the last week of her death, she was pumped with a lot more medications. Right. So do you see like the difference now? What
I'm doing, I'm trying to put the dates together. That's what I'm trying to do, because I think the dates are really important right now.
Yes, very important.
And that's what I'm trying to do with my, is trying to get the dates all together and get those ducks in a row. Like, some things just don't add up right now. Like, oh, this is odd. All of a sudden this report goes missing. Like, okay, why?
Right. And there's also there's you know, some possibility that even the jailhouse snitches were reading transcripts that you know, they're saying that they didn't read these things, but there's kind of some circumstantial evidence that says that they probably did.
Well, you know, we know how the courts can work sometimes. We all see it on TV. We all see it. You know, to get a lighter sentence, you know, people like to talk, you know, you know, I'll give you this if you give me that. There's always deals to be made. We all know that. That ain't no big secret.
Yeah.
We see it, we hear it. We know there's always deals being made. I mean, hell, you know, this is how the system works. We know that. I'll stitch this guy out, or I'll tell you that if Mark killed his wife or not, but what do you do for me?
Yeah, and that's it. That's exactly what happened. And a lot of the jail people that were facing 10 years, 20 years, 60 years, they were all given deals for their cooperation. And like I said, they had access to certain transcripts. All the details that the jail people are saying was all written down in these different court transcripts, and they did have access to that stuff. So there is a thought that they read more transcripts than what they're saying they did.
You know, just like the guy that swindled all these women out of their money and their finances, and you know, I mean, he to me he was a good character on that. I mean, he was pretty cool about what he did. Like, he can get people to talk, you know. He's like, oh, I can get this to talk. I can get this woman to talk. I can get this. You know, I got a smooth way of doing things in my life. Yeah. He was real smooth. He's been in and out of prison all his life after all that. Swindling the money out of these women that he met. And then he makes a plea deal and said, yeah, Mark told me in prison that he killed his wife. So what are you going to do for me? And then he says, well, I never made a plea deal. I'm not getting anything out of this. Oh, really? So why are you talking if you're not getting anything out of it?
Yeah, a lot of them were given a deal. It sounds like maybe one or two were not offered anything, but the main couple of people were definitely offered lots of deals and not charged with additional crimes for different things. So.
And here's another thing: if this was really going on with the deal that they were going to talk, wouldn't this guy be hooked up to a device so they could use this in court?
Like, what do you mean, like recording?
Yeah.
No, it's just it's on the word of the jailhouse snitch. We're supposed to believe what they say.
See, to me, that right there is incredible. That's not incredible. That's just his word.
Yep, it's one of those he said, she said type of things. Yeah, you want to hear? You want to hear something about the jailhouse snitches? There's another scandal surrounding the district attorney, Bob Jamboy. Do you want to hear this?
Yeah.
Apparently, there's an allegation that Bob Jamboy met one of the snitches down a dark alley or a dark street. It's a dark street. Let's have our verbiage correct. A dark street, and bought a certain type of drug off of the jail snitch. We believe that if that happened, that it was more so about threatening the jail snitch to testify a certain way. But the allegation is that he bought a certain type of drug off the jail person. So there's another weird allegation around this guy.
But is that another hearsay?
Well, that hearsay is different. in the legal terms. It's just an allegation.
Yeah.
They didn't let that stuff in though. And the other thing with the guy is that there's a lot of things that the district attorney did that are not really allowed to be done. And because he did that stuff, it made him a witness in this trial. It made him a witness. And they didn't allow him to testify in 2008, and it was brought up again this time, which is why he was made special prosecutor on the case, is to prevent him from being called as a witness. Because if he wasn't brought back again, he would have been called as a witness because of the stuff he did back then. So now, because he's on the case again, conveniently, he doesn't have to testify.
It is not right either.
There's a lot of stuff in this case, Rita, that are weird and suspicious, and some things don't add up. So, and you know what I do. You know the investigations I've done and all the hours of conversation.
I do.
Yeah.
So, and there's a lot of questions that need to be answered, and it's like we don't have enough proof right now. That's why I'm really leery about all of this. Everything is based on hearsay, but there's no actual fact on any of it, except for the autopsy that they're going to perform and what was in her stomach. And we know that's true.
Yeah.
We know that's going to be true. Because that's going to be, that they keep having data. They're going to do the autopsy, and both of those people have all those records on that.
Yeah.
But it's all the other stuff. That's like, what about the fingerprints of stuff?
They never tested fingerprints of anything. They didn't test fingerprints. They didn't test certain glasses. They didn't test all the drains in the house. They didn't test the bowls that had the food in it.
If Julie really wrote that letter, her fingerprints would be all over that.
Oh, she wrote the letter. The letter is valid. She wrote it. But that's the other weird thing about the letter, too, is that she wrote specific things in the letter that hadn't even happened yet.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, they basically, the police initially, they botched the investigation because the detective, this was only his second homicide case that he's ever worked. So he made a lot of mistakes. He wasn't using gloves in the house. He didn't take all of the evidence that he should have. The crime lab didn't even test certain evidence that they did take. There's a lot of mistakes. So even if Mark Jensen is actually guilty, or if he's actually innocent, we don't actually know anything, or enough, because they made so many mistakes in the initial investigation, and they were only there for 3 hours and then gave him back the house. So because they didn't test all these different things, if Mark was guilty, he had plenty of time in the house to clean things up, get rid of evidence. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of stupid things that they did. And that's what makes doubt.
My mother, I was there when my mom passed away. Now, I'm not going to say, but my mom, when she passed away, she had Alzheimer's, and she was suffering quite a bit with that, and, she stopped eating, she stopped drinking, and she just laid in bed day in and day out, and she talked very little, hardly at all, and I was with her the day she died, and they were giving her morphine. But it was a very quiet stop. She wasn't like, like you guys think she was. No, she wasn't any of that. She opened her eyes. She was sleepy. She opened her eyes. She looked at me. She said, Rita. She closed her eyes, and that was it.
Wow.
And that was it.
Yeah, see, and with Julie,
And maybe she did die, and maybe they did move her body around. They could tell if she was suffocated. They could tell it was a drowning. They could tell it was a hanging. They could could tell nowadays how she died.
But the problem with the breathing element is they can't tell exactly how she died. Some doctors are saying that it's positional asphyxia, so basically how she was positioned, and other doctors are saying that it was the breathing that did it. So they're having problems determining even the suffocating part. But based on the medications, the bronchitis that she did have, some of that was causing, and they've talked about it's potentially plausible that she had a seizure, which fucked her all up too. Types of arrhythmia. There's a lot that they can't tell, and that's causing a problem.
I think because it was too long now, too long past.
Well, no, because they're going off of all the old reports. They didn't dig her up. They're going off of all the old reports and the statements and all of that stuff. So they're looking at the same stuff that was looked at in 1998, but they're using better knowledge now than they had back then because a lot more has been discovered. But because of the better knowledge, that's why they're saying we're kind of unsure about a lot of things because it's too hard to determine because of a lot of shit that Julie had going on. There's too much unknown. You know what I mean? They can determine a lot of things, but not all the things that they need to determine if it's self unaliving or if it's an actual homicide. So what is your vibe as far as the kind of neighborhood? I mean, are you hearing some scuttlebutt? Like people are pissed off? Is there gossip stuff going on?
No, like I said, a lot of that. I asked people at work, and they don't even know. I asked people, they don't even know who Mark Jensen is. I mean, they're so young. They're like, oh, okay, no. So, I'm working with a lot of kids, and from college and stuff. They don't even know about this trial.
Mm.
And the older people that I know that are my age, they're not even listening to it. They're like, well, that's old stuff. We don't really hear either way. It's like it's done and over with. Why even hack this up? Some people think that he actually did it. All of them think that he did it. But that's the way they are, and people just really don't really care. I mean, you look at the courtroom and stuff. There's nobody in this trial.
Yeah.
So right there tells me people just don't care. Look at that courtroom. It's all completely empty.
Yeah.
Except for the lawyers and for the a few people that I know, that I might know, that that's sitting there.
Oh yeah, you saw. Yeah. We know. Yeah.
Yeah, people that we, yeah. So, the other than that, that's all I know. It's like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, if it was really like a really interesting, that courtroom would have been filled.
Yeah.
If people really cared and knew what was going on, that courtroom would have been packed. I'm telling you that right now, but there's nobody there. So just know that, Wisconsin, like in Kenosha, especially, people just don't care.
Right.
And I'm just being honest, they don't.
What do you think? So you watched the ladies in the room today on our stream. You heard them talking.
Oh, they're funny. You know what they remind me of? The church ladies on Saturday Night Live.
The church ladies on Saturday Night Live?
Yeah, they're hysterical, yeah. Remember the church ladies on Saturday Night Live?
Yeah.
You probably don't remember because you're probably too young.
I'm old, Rita.
You remember the church ladies on Saturday Night Live? They were really funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they remind me of. Yeah. Yeah, they're good. They're fun. Mm-hmm.
Did you from like listening to them talk, did you learn anything about the case that maybe like kind of cleared things up or made you think about things differently?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. They're very informative. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you can tell they're listening. You can tell they're spot on some of the stuff. But I had to catch up because I'm behind some of this stuff. So I had to start catching up some because I missed a lot.
Yeah, I figured.
I missed quite a bit, so I had to catch up.
I figured.
But like I said, huh?
I said I figured, and you like to get your information from the hens over at the salon.
At the salon? No. I'm listening to both sides. I mean, I'm listening to your side, and then I'm also listening to theirs. Like I'm saying, though, I'm getting the dates. So the dates to me I'm looking at more because I think those dates they have clues in them, and that were some that could be missing.
Yes,
and that's what I'm trying to figure out.
There's a lot of dates, and not just surrounding the medications. There's dates surrounding the computer searches. There's searches that Mark's not even around, and there's searches. So that kind of tells us that these weird searches are being done, and it's not even Mark. But even the computer stuff, it's good that you brought that. We'll kind of finish on this so I can get back to the rest of the chat and everything. But the computer searches, there's obviously somebody that's going on the computer late at night. And what's interesting about those searches, though, and even Bob Jamboy has admitted now twice, and I think on accident, that Julie was on the computer searching poisons and searching the emails. He said it twice in the trial, and I think he screwed up. But the interesting part about the emails is that whoever is on there, what they're doing is they're going onto Mark's email account and they're opening up emails from and to Kelly Labonte. So it suggests that they're looking at the email and then the contents of the email. So whether they're talking about the cruise or the camping excursion, they're looking at the contents of the email and then going and searching those things. And then after that, going on Mark's company website and searching all the Kellys and what branches. And unfortunately for Julie, what that suggests is that Julie, rightfully so, suspects her husband of cheating, and she's trying to catch him. So no emails are sent at 1 o'clock in the morning. They're just looking at the email. It doesn't make sense that Mark is doing that. And it doesn't make sense that Mark is searching frantically on the thing for Kelly and what branch, because he already knows what branch. So unfortunately, with go ahead.
So getting back to the computer. Now, you think that she was lying at the time that she said she couldn't help her son with any of the computer lab classes at school because she was computer illiterate, right?
So the story that she kept telling people is that she doesn't know.
Who taught her how to use the computer then?
Well, she did, because she's not dumb. So the story that she told people is that she doesn't know anything about computers. And we know that that's not true, because she designed a invitation on the computer. So right there, it tells us that she does have knowledge. We know that from having to work inside of the stockbroker's office with the level of responsibility that the Series 7's license entails, she needs to learn how to use the computer. And more importantly, which we found out today, and again, another slip by Bob Jamboy, that he just sometimes needs to shut his mouth because he's really screwing up his case. He's trying to make a point and his ego gets in the way. And he says that Julie Jensen, in the week or whatever leading up to her death, had gone on the computer and typed out her resume. So she knows how to use the computer. And there's been several pieces of evidence to show that that she did. So if we go with the theory that she's kind of plotting and scheming, then she's going to be telling lies to a lot of the people. So you hear the testimony from the neighbors and the friends and all those people when they're testifying, what we believe, when they're testifying, they're telling their truth, but unfortunately they're telling Julie's lie. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's their thing. Yeah.
Yeah, so Julie's lying to them, and then they're repeating what Julie said. So to them, it's the truth, but it's Julie's lie that they're saying. So if that's what's really happening, it's really unfortunate. But yeah, Julie knows how to use the computer, and that's been proven. So That was a lie that she told people.
So that date and that time, that doesn't click to anything about her not knowing how to use the computer then. Because obviously she did know how to use the computer when her son was in lab class.
Yeah, that's a lie that people are. I mean, to them, again, it's the truth, but it's Julie lying to them that she doesn't know, but she does, because she's been on the computer for at least 8 years. So, a decade of time, Julie has been using a computer, but then telling everybody she doesn't know how to use it.
Okay, so that date does not kill the date for before that. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, Rita, that gives us a little bit of background on everything. So I appreciate you coming on. I'm gonna. All right, I'll see you soon-ish sometime. I sneak into Kenosha and I sneak back out.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, let me know when you're in town.
All righty.
All right, you got my receipt number.
Yep, I got it. All right, love you.
Love you too.
All right, bye. All right, that was Rita. It's obviously not her real name. It's what we call her. All right, so you guys are talking about Alec Baldwin. So it was reported that it was kind of a breaking news that, and we typed it on here as well, that he was being charged with the manslaughter charge. And then I think it was the next day I saw, and I just forgot to tell you guys or whatever, but the next day it was decided they're not charging him. So I don't think that there's a trial or anything. So I don't know. They're back and forth on that. But regardless, if he is actually formally charged, that's going to be some time down the road. Where'd I see it? I saw it on. So originally TMZ broke that he was being charged, and then several other media outlets, I think the next day. I almost want to say that TMZ also said it, that they changed their mind and they're not charging him. So I don't know. I got a notification on my phone. That's why I saw it. I don't know. There might be a lot of scuttlebutt on the internet about that too. But if let's say he is charged, whatever, we can kind of talk about that when we get closer. And see what the viewers think about maybe covering that. So certain cases, I'm just going to decide, because it really talks about like a lot of the type of topics that we really discuss on this channel, which is why, like Mark Jensen, number one, I'm from Kenosha, so it's kind of a big deal. Number two, it talks about civil rights issues, right? His Sixth Amendment right being violated. Which we talk about civil rights. That's why you hear me say the word protest a lot. And then, we knew that there was some allegations about corruption, but never would have thought the amount of weird, scandalous stuff that is being talked about. And because we talk about like law enforcement investigations and we expose corruption within all these different types of government systems. That's what I do. For those of you that are new, I'm an actual investigative journalist. I investigate things and then we write articles. So you can go to our website, Never.Stop.Voices.com. There's tons of articles. But I knew there was some level of corruption. I knew certain details about the case, but we're finding out a lot. With lost evidence, botched investigations, things like that. And so this case is a really good one for us on this platform because it really highlights a lot of stuff that we talk about. So, we asked the chat like what they think about certain cases. Which ones do you guys want to see? A lot of the viewers said that they want to watch the Alex Murdaugh trial. So we're obviously a couple days behind on that, because this is going on. So over the weekend, I'm going to be doing marathon streams. so we can catch up, so that, because this is obviously going to end Tuesday, Wednesday. So we're probably going to have to go this weekend. We're going to have to stream a few days of trial. And then like Monday, say, right? Monday after we're done, as soon as we do the Jensen trial, right, on Monday. And then when we're done at 5, I got to end the stream and then restart another stream to do what happened basically Monday for Murdaugh. So we're about to confuse a lot of people, because a lot of people are going to be like, what are you doing? This already happened. And we're going to be like, yeah, no shit. We're trying to catch up because we've been covering another trial. So that ideally, you know, Wednesday, we're caught up. We know we've seen all the stuff. We've covered it. And then Wednesday, when the trial is live for Murdaugh, we're live at 8 o'clock in the morning type thing. That's the plan, and then come back for the verdict for Jensen and jump again right back into Murdaugh. So that's kind of the plan. It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be pretty heavy and a lot of work for me, but I will tell you guys, I'm probably not going to be clipping, you know, all the testimonies like we're doing with Jensen. Jensen is obviously, this is because of what Jensen covers. That's why I'm doing it. With Murdaugh, I'm probably not going to be doing any of that. I might clip out some funny stuff that happens, or, you know, whatever entertainment value stuff, but I'm not going to be clipping out everybody's testimonies. So it's just going to be live streams, if that makes sense. So, what else? What else do you guys want to chat about? I'm not going to stay on much longer, guys. Just a little longer than I wanted to be on anyway, but I'll hang out with you guys for a little longer. I had talked to Rita earlier. I knew she was going to end up coming on. Did you guys enjoy the jury room thing enough that you want to, like, should we do this again with the Murdaugh trial? And we'll actually wait till the end, so you have all of the evidence. You've heard all the testimonies, and when the jury deliberates, we'll set up another room, and then, you know, hopefully have a few more people that can go in there, and we're all going to learn at the same time with this one. So yeah, JD, I'm going to be exhausted for the Murdaugh thing. And to be honest, I haven't even started watching it. So we're going to kind of learn together. But I didn't want to get my details confused. So I'm going to probably go live at like 8 or 8:30 Central Standard Time. You're 2 hours behind me. So it's 9:12 by you right now, correct? So either 8 or 8:30, I'll be live. I don't know, between 8 and 9. Let's just say 8 and 9 on the safe side. So I got to see how many days, because I think it's 2 days of trial they've done. So we might be able to get, I got to double check that. But if that's right, 2 days of trial, then what we'll do tomorrow is we're going to stream the opening statements and then the first day of trial. And then Sunday, we'll stream the next day of trial that we missed. If it's 3 days, like 2 full days of testimony, then one of the days, either Saturday or Sunday, I'm going to have to do 2 different streams, which will be like a 16-hour day. So I just got to see, what it all is. But yeah, and then, like I said, you guys can go back and watch it, join us. You know what I mean? We just have to get caught up, so that come like Wednesday morning, we can like start streaming that trial and we know what the hell's happening. So we're not missing all this evidence and then trying to figure out if the guy's really guilty or not. But we'll talk about that case the same way we are. I'll do some background digging on it, you know, so I can break things down for you guys, tell you guys little things that we found, you know, like we're doing now, some background, breaking down the testimony, putting up the polls during the streams. So we'll still be doing the fun stuff. And ideally, we'll do another jury room at the end of that, get you guys in, and you guys can deliberate again, you know. Ronaldo said it's boring so far. I figured it might be. I figured it might be. Sometimes in the start of those cases, it's pretty boring. Gets a little juicy in the middle. But yeah, like I said, we'll do the breakdowns, you know. We'll dig around on some stuff, see what we can find out. So we got some fun information for you guys. Yeah, the outfit, guys, you know, obviously we don't wear this on the streams. I just dressed up because of the lawyery stuff that, you know. But yes, I do wear this, or I used to. This is honestly, this is how I used to dress, just on a daily basis. I dress like this. Dress shirt, tie, vest, nice pair of slacks, nice shoes, belt. Like my dress clothes are super crispy. Like when I'm fully geared, I have $1,000 worth of dress clothes on. So, and then I kind of went into the jeans and t-shirt mode, and just because of different jobs, whatever. And then now with the journalism stuff, I'm a bit more kind of like, you know, I have a certain apparel that I wear. And honestly, and you guys have seen it, the press hoodie and you know, whatever, that's what we wear. And that honestly originated because of the Kenosha riots and the Wauwatosa riots, or the curfew and all that. It's because of the riots that were happening. Wearing long sleeves to keep tear gas and shit off your skin. And so that's kind of where that look came from. And then with the big giant press across my chest, because we had to, you know, if you guys were watching the streams, we had to keep identifying every time we got stopped. My backpacks were all that way, whatever. So now it's on my chest. It's on every single bag that I have. It's on all these things. And then sometimes you'll see I have a hoodie. I've worn it during the stream. So if you're paying attention to the camera, on the back of one of my hoodies, one says Never Stop Media, but on the back of another one, it says "Don't arrest me" in big giant letters. And then in small print, it says "I'm clearly marked." So because Kenosha wrongfully arrested me, that's kind of my fuck you to Kenosha. Don't arrest me. I'm clearly marked as press. So fun fact, a fun little story is that I almost changed the name of the company back during the Kenosha stuff when I was making it an LLC. Because when it comes to your press credentials, it's just the company has to issue press credentials. There are certain things that are required on press credentials. So that's how you kind of differentiate between just somebody holding a cell phone up and then somebody that is like legitimate independent press. They would have a press credential, even if they issue it themselves, and it has to have a certain things on it. So we almost changed the name of the company to Purple Crayon Media, and I literally almost used a crayon to make my press credentials. And then we were going to have it obviously with a graphic designer, you know, put it in the graphic design stuff and design what I wrote out in crayon. And again, kind of my FU to Kenosha, because if that's what my company press credentials are, then that's what they are. So, but Never Stop Media stuck. It's a better name anyway. There's a lot of play on words with the name of my company. So, but fun little fact for you. There's only a couple people I've ever told that story to. Scout says I dress up too. My coffee and pajamas. Yeah, I used to dress like this. I have honestly thought about when I'm covering, press conferences because of the whole like guerrilla journalism and, like the whole kind of what we thought about like journalists and movies and things. I have thought about wearing the hat and not the vest, but, kind of that beat up journalist that's just, grinding it out. The shirt, the tie, it's all untucked up here. He looks disheveled, but the hat. I have kind of thought about making that my like outfit. But yeah, I did it tonight because we were, doing the jury thing and whatever. It was more for the drama effect of things. Later, boss, get some sleep. So, but yeah, guys, make sure like when we go live, because we didn't go live on Facebook today for tonight. We just did it on YouTube. But when we're streaming the trials, we do Facebook and YouTube. So make sure you're following both those platforms. Subscribe to YouTube so you know when we go live. Like and follow the Facebook page because we post newsy stuff on the Facebook page. Kind of covers a variety of newsy things. We have a TikTok. We have Patreon that we're trying to build up. All of that stuff. So if you can become a member on YouTube, you get exclusive content. There's stuff that's on our channel that nobody else has, especially about Kenosha. We're the only channel that has certain videos. But you get a lot of exclusive stuff there. You get some behind the scenes things. We're trying to be able to get some enough members that we can do member only live streams, things like that. So you can sign up for as little as 99 cents. And, otherwise, like there's in the pinned comments, if you want to donate, there's, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. We also have a GoFundMe. One thing I did want to tell you guys, I wanted to show you real quick. I'll just pull this up. I am going to jump off though when I'm done with my cigarette because I am getting tired. And I don't want to be on here too long. Let me show you this real quick though. So on the YouTube channel, up here in this top right corner where the little newsy clips are, right? The little newspaper clippings. There's some links that are up here. So you can get to our website, the Facebook page. We have another YouTube channel that we're trying to build up that's only going to be trials. So there's not going to be protest content. Good night, JD. Things like that. There's the Patreon, right? So you've got our website. You can go right to the website from here. You got the Facebook you can click on. The new YouTube channel you can click on. The Patreon. And then to the right, it's a little hard to see, but there's a link for the GoFundMe. So we got links up here, guys, that you can click on. And then obviously play around with the channel. So it shows you our members, videos, the live streams that are done. You see, like, you can kind of scroll through a lot of the members only videos. We've got, specifically one video, the one right here with the warning graphic content. That's something that not a lot of people have seen. And there's a lot of rhetoric that has been passed around to millions of people surrounding this video because they've never seen it. So we have it now, but you got to be a member to watch it. It's kind of our popular videos. So this video I've talked about, we are up to 24,000 views on it now. It's weird. There's a lot of Kenosha stuff. These are like the videos that we're trying to highlight because we want you guys to pay attention to this. Some of them are members only. Some of it is not. And then like shorts, stupid little clips. So that's kind of how you navigate the YouTube channel. All right. Anybody have anything else? Last thoughts? Thanks, Ronaldo. Thank you. We do use naughty words on here, Ronaldo, just to give you a heads up. We do use naughty words. We have fun. We can get a little crazy from time to time. You know, just join the crazy with us. But, you know, like I said, I'm an actual investigative journalist. So, you know, check out the articles that we write. There's some really good stuff in there. We really try to highlight the truth and not be talking about all this rhetoric and nonsense. So, but we appreciate you being here. I'm glad that we met you today, and we got a cool little you know, chat community that we're building here. Everybody in the chat is fun, and you know, they all have a good time. Sometimes we get some haters in here that try to disrupt things, but we take care of that pretty quick. So, but yeah, so that's that, guys. So with that being said, I will see you guys tomorrow morning for that. Those that want to join. Monday, we will be live at 8:15 for the Jensen trial. That'll start at 8:30. It's another big night or big day for the Jensen trial. The son, one of the children, is testifying. You guys have been dying to see that. And this case is finally almost over. So we'll see you tomorrow morning if you want to do the Murdaugh thing with us. Otherwise, we'll see you back here Monday morning for Jensen. So glad you guys had a good time, and I will talk to you later.